Hi, I'm here. So I took a little longer than I thought I would because of family, but I'm here now. You said Gadonius. I'm sitting up as well. I'm talking about my very important opinions today. Hi Ghost, crazy song. Does anyone know what song this is? Okay, so I wanted to set up a song command for my stream for a bit now, but I just forgot. So, was that this song or the previous one? Because I can just do a budget song command and just post the song link there. Alright. I'm gonna get the link real quick. Then I'm gonna post it. Does this link work? Yeah. No. I have not linked the stream elements to my Spotify yet. Oh, wait, I see what you are. Okay, I see what you are trying to do. Link works. Okay, that's good. Should I turn the music down a bit more? Is this fine? Here you go. Wait, this is not the current song, this is still the previous one. Okay, it semi-works. Yes, it does. But is the music volume fine or should I turn it down a bit more? I'm gonna switch over to the important thing in the meanwhile. We're switching over to the funny website. Also, I forgot I wanted to hide that part just to make it look a bit better. Real-time troubleshooting, yippee! If there are ever sound issues or anything, let me know. I fiddled around with my settings a bit. Because usually I do window capture for like audio as well. But I switched to desktop audio just for today. I fiddled around with my settings a bit. It should be fine. I will be turning down the music just a bit more. Like this. Alright. It's all set up now. I feel like it was about time I did this, because Pokémon is something I did not talk about a lot up to this point. Okay, no, I'm gonna turn... Sorry, I'm doing some real-time troubleshooting. I want the music to like not cut out even in the more silent parts, but I also don't want it to be too loud. Oh well. I think I'm going to go down from type to type, except leave the absolute favorites for last. Okay, let's begin. Gem 1 normal types. These are... I'm gonna be honest. The Gem 1 normal is kind of a stinker category. It's a really weak start for this stream. I don't think I can name like a single one that I genuinely like. And actually, never mind. Eevee is the one out of these that I actually like, which I know Eevee has turned into. Control. Yeah, I'm not huge on jump on normal types. They are most of them are just pretty boring. Did you play through the whole Pokémon franchise? No, I didn't. Gen 8 and Gen 9 are gonna be extremely funny because I stopped mostly keeping up with Pokemon after Gen 7. So like I know at most 30% of Gen 8 and especially Gen 9 ones. That's going to be funny. Okay, so yeah, like Eevee is the only one I like from this category, and I know Eevee has turned into a mascot by this point. But I don't care, I like my little funny mascot Pokemon. Plus, I'm a huge fan of most of the evolutions. I think, aside from Jolteon, I really like all of them. Your first game was Let's Go Eevee. My first proper game I played was Pokemon X, so I'm not that much earlier than you. I did play the first and second generations before that on like random browser site I found as a kid. But my first proper Pokemon game was Pokemon X. You've been back to play Crystal Black 2 and Ultra Sun. I really need to play Black 2 White 2. I know it's crazy, but I've never played either of the mainline Gen 5 games, even though I know I should. But I'm currently in the middle of my Infinite Fusion playthrough, and I do not want to start like multiple Pokemon playthroughs at once. Anyways, Gen 2 normal types. Okay, so there's an obvious pick for me here. I've been Pokemon Emerald is 3, Gen 3. I was a huge fan of Sentret and Ferret, even before the whole Volking meme began. I was a huge Ferret guy even before then, but since the Volk, I just became even more of a fan. There's a chance Ferret will end up being my favorite regional member as well. My first. What do you mean, brown? Or being cute? Because they are. Okay. Okay. As we're going down here, I realize I may just not be a huge fan of normal types. Yeah. Okay, the chain might go on. I have two contenders here. Slacking is funny. Slacking is really funny. My top two from this category are probably Zigzagoon, another brown furry little guy, or Azuriel. The Mariel line is one of my favorites in the entire franchise. I love Mariel, I love Azumariel. The Azuriel is like the outlier. I don't like him as much as the other two, but I'm still an Azuriel fan. So this is a hard choice for me because I also love Zigzagoon. And I actually prefer it to its evolutions. Do we just do another? Yeah, it's just another cute furry little guy. I really am a simple creature. Okay, this one though. Ooh. This is also a bit of a stinker category. I like Bidoof. Bidoof is funny and silly. Bidoof is funny and silly. But Ambipom is also a cool guy. Ambipom is also a very cool guy. And I do like the Banir line as well. But I don't think I like it as much as Bidoof, and it's gonna be MP. I'm gonna break the pattern here. I do not like any of these Pokémon really strongly, but I do like some of them, and I think MP1 takes the cake. Okay, so Gen 5 normal types. Ooh, there's a lot here. I genuinely don't know what these are. I love the Cincino line. They are very cute and silly. And I also like this. Is this the Sosebach line? Yeah, Deerling and Sosebach, I think. Yeah, I recognized this person from Pokéstar Studio, but I did not recognize the other ones. I do not know their names though. Yeah, I'm tempted to put down the woman just because it's funny. I like Odino. I know it's a very simple design, but I like Odino. I also think that Gen 5 is probably the weakest while looking at like regional normal types. Or like early game Pokemon. Hi Archie, how are you doing? Okay, I think... Okay, no, this slide is too adorable. It's gonna be Cinccino, plus one of the few skilling Pokemon. Only one people like from that is Dark Ghost one, that is one. What do you mean by that? Wait, which Dark Ghost has Wonder Guard? I know Clefable has Wonder Guard. Wait, that's Magic Guard, that's not Wonder Guard. Which Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see. Ooh. Okay, this is a strong pool. I love Fletchling. I don't like not Baneri. What's the guy called? I know it's Diggers. Bunnelby. I don't like Bunnelby, and especially I do not like Diggersby as much as most people do. I'm a huge Fletchling fan though. I love the Fletchling line, and the tiny one is probably my favorite. But I'm also a huge Heliolisk fan. And I think as much as Mega Kangaskhan is as much as the Mega Kangaskhan is a power creep Pokemon, it's also just a really fun and cool gimmick. And it's also just adorable. CK the Husk. Yeah, I didn't know that there's someone else other than Shedinja who has Wonder Guard. Yeah. I also like Furfrou. I think it's a really fun Pokemon. I like the customizable dog. It's silly. Plus it's a good spin on the foreign word for bangs. Like with hair. This is a tough one. I think I probably like Fletchling more than Leoptile, but not by a lot. It's all, also, I'm gonna go down all of these once, and then if there are any duplicates, I'm gonna try not to have any duplicates, so if there are, I'm gonna settle that after we're done with all of the types. Because there may be overlap. Okay, Gen 7 normal types. Okay, so there's the funny one. There's a funny answer. I also like Picky Peck. Once again. Just a What do you mean? Toucannon is awesome. I'm a Picky Peck fan, and I know people shit on Toucannon just because it's literally just a toucan. But I like Toucannon. Hey, Agadonius! Brother. Shake. Also, this is a fitting song. Okay, so I'm... Also, Yankoos is silly. And I also like Oranguru. This is a very strong pool. This is a very strong pool. I also like Komala. I love Beaver. First row is great. I think the Picky Peck Middle Evo, which I do not even remember the name of it, and Gumshoes is a bit of a miss for me. But Gumshoes also... Gumshoes gets bonus points in my book just for having the same name as the funny detective from Ace Attorney. Yankoos is very fun though, it's silly. Okay, I love Oranguru, but it's not a top pick for me, I think. And I do not think Komala. Okay, actually. They're still like... I know Gumshoe is just a generic name for detective, yeah. It is just a generic name for detective. But... it's also just the Ace Attorney detective. Okay, so this is a 4-way tie for me right now. And we're still only at normal types, which are like one of the less interesting ones. Gumshoes. Okay, Gumshoes in the blunt rotation would go crazy actually. I would be in a blunt rotation with Gumshoes. This is a 4-way tie for me between Picky Peck, Toucannon, Beaver and Komala right now. I also like Staffel, but not as much as the other 4. I do like Tiny Guy. I like Big Guy, but I like Little Guy more. So it's between these 3. Yeah. Does he smoke and talk in raspy voice? Well, by the end of the blunt rotation, he will. I think I'm picking Beaver here. I love the cuddly bear. But let it be known that it's very close. This one's extremely close. Beaver. Not the Beaver. Beaver. I already passed on the Beaver. Wait, wrong generation. I already passed on the Beaver. Okay, Gen 8. Okay, now. Wait, I actually know all of these. I thought there'd be at least be a few I do not know. But I know all of these. Ursaluna is cool. I love this poet line. I'm a Zigzagoon fan, and I also like Galarian Zigzagoon line. Dirty little bastards. I don't like Obstagoon as much as the Prevos, but I like Obstagoon as well. Actually, other than... I do not like the Meowth, long neck Meowth. But Ferret, what do you mean you hate normal type rodents? Okay, Eradicate is S. That's like a bad Pokemon, I agree. I used to like Petrod, but I grew to hate him as well, so that's a respectable opinion. I agree with you on that. Okay, so like, I hate the Gigantamax Meowth, and I know a lot of people like Indeed. I think this is just like a quintessential mid Pokemon. But other than that, this is like a really surprisingly strong pool as well. Beak Snorlax is funny. And I really vibe with the Hisuian Zoroark line. No, I have not played a single Gen 8 Pokemon game. The last generation I have played is Gen 7. And even then I think I only played Moon and no spin-offs. I mean, I still know a lot of them. And I have opinions on them, mostly vibes. Mostly just vibes. Like, most of my opinions don't come from gameplay. They come from how much I like the design and the Pokemon and maybe their circumstances. I think the only, like, as you can see from like all the little guys I have selected, I think the only Pokemon where I've actually said gameplay mechanics so far is Cincino. Because Skill Link is a fun ability. Okay. This is a tough one. Because I like a lot of these, but none of them are actually outstanding. Yeah, my rankings aren't based often based on gameplay. But when they were, Pokemon's often the top. Is Overkill a good Pokemon? Or is that an example for not being based on gameplay? Mismagius is chill, we'll get there. I could really... There are like 5 or 6 different Pokemon I could pick here. Used Overkill. Fastinger is the one that's like 10 base power but gives you a huge attack boost if you kill with it, right? Also, I may have messed up before this stream, because like 10 minutes before I started, I drank some milk, and supposedly consuming like dairy products on a day when you will be talking a lot after could like give additional or like bigger strain on your vocal cords and throat. So that may have not been a smart choice. Anyways, I love... The funny thing is that I do not even remember the Vulu Evo's name. But I like the big fluffy guy. Yeah, I'm like... This is not something I'm 100% certain is true. But YouTube, where I've heard it, I'm fairly confident. Yeah, it is Dubwool, you're right. I like Dubwool. Big silly guy. Yeah, you know what? Dubwool will get the dubs. It can be my Gen 8 normal fave. Okay, Gen 9. I'm actually not going no most of these. Okay, actually, it's gonna be something from the Thundermouse line. That's not even a question. Either that or the Dunsparce. Yeah, I love Round Goat. Lechonk is funny, but I fucking love the Silly Mouse family. It's either gonna be one of the Mousehold or Thundermouse, or it's gonna be the Dunsparce. Just because it's a really funny bit. I don't know why, because Dunsparce is one of the lamest Pokémon. But, like, people have been asking for a Dunsparce evolution for over a decade. And Pokémon Company finally giving us this is probably the funniest joke they have ever made. Is Squawkbilly this one? The multicolored one? I genuinely don't know most of these. Farigiraf is also funny, but it won't be my favorite. I don't know, Squawkbilly looks like a cool fellow. Also, this guy is tiny. It's so tiny. Okay, I appreciate the bit with the Dunsparce, and I'm stating this now that this is close. But I am going to pick something. I just wanna put the entire line in here. Smoliv, that's such a cool name and a cute name. Smoliv, okay, I'm a Smoliv fan now. Okay. Now, which one of the Thundermouse line gets in? Thundermouse is an awesome name and an awesome Pokémon. And Mousehold is also an awesome name and an awesome Pokémon. So this is a really hard choice. I just wanna put both of them here. I just wanna put all of them here. I like the name of Thundermouse a bit better. But Baby Mouse is so cute. I'm gonna put Mousehold in there. But this is like, just know that this represents the entire evolutionary line. And I'm gonna do absolute favorites across everything once I'm done with all types, to make it more fun. Okay, so Fire is next. Fire, Gen 1 Fire. I hate Charizard, but I like Charmander. I know, this is an unpopular opinion. I know Growlithe and especially Arcanine are one of the most loved Gen 1 Pokémon. I think they are boring. They are some of my least favorites from Gen 1. Especially because when the Vulpix line is right there, which is so much better. The design is more clever, they are cuter and cooler. Like, they have the Growlithe line beat in every aspect. I also like Moltres. And Flareon, okay. Actually, I know there's like a favorite evolution category as well. So I'm gonna talk about evolutions there, but Mods, he's abusing his power. Oh wait. But yeah, I'm a huge Flareon fan. I love the Vulpix line. It's probably a split between these two. Okay, no, Vulpix beats Flareon. But I love them all. And I also... It's tough. It's tough to choose between Vulpix and Ninetales as well. Okay, actually, just to make it a bit more diverse, I am going to put Ninetales in. Because I know what my favorite Gen 7 Ice type will be. Gen 2 fire types. Cyndaquil is also one where the more it evolves, the more it falls off for me. Keep thinking the cancel battle is a no-no. Yeah. Like this one. That's fun. Cyndaquil is also in the same boat as Charizard for me. Cyndaquil is awesome and a great little guy. Then Quilava is still fine, but not as good. And I just don't vibe with Typhlosion at all. I don't like him. I also like the Houndour and Houndoom. I'm a fan. And then there's you know who. Chat. What is this Pokemon called? What is this guy called? Slugmanuts. Got in. I'm so funny. I'm so funny. Okay, back to the question at hand. I like the puppy. I like the fire puppy. I do think Ho is pretty. But it stops at that. I'm not a huge Ho guy. Okay, Gen 3 fire types. There's not a lot to choose from here. There really is not a lot to choose from. Yeah, this line is probably my... Not a huge Ho guy either. Yeah, I mean... I did just upgrade it to Copper in Stardew Valley. Anyways, I love the Torchic line. And I love the... Like, unlike the previous two generations, I like the entire line. I'm a huge Torchic fan. I'm also a fan of this Cock and Balls Pokemon. And I'm a huge Blaziken fan. I also like Numel and especially Camerupt. Gen 3 fire types is a very small category. But also, it's also a very good one. Like, there's not a single Pokemon that's a miss here. Everything is good. I'm gonna pick the Tiny Chicken though. I think you can see that I'm usually more gravitating towards little guys. Oh my god, that's an even smaller category. I was never a huge fan of the Chimchar line. This is like one of the midest starter lines, in my opinion. Heatran is one Pokemon I like more because I liked using him than because of liking the actual Pokemon. Okay, yeah, this was gonna go to Magmortar. Magmortar is a cool guy. Probably one of my favorites from the evolutions that were added later. Yeah, Sinnoh fire types are a rare breed indeed. Okay, Gen 5 fire types. Finally we have some variety. This is another Poke Studio one, I would guess. Okay, so first off, I know most people do not like the elemental monkeys. I know most people don't like the elemental monkeys, but I'm a fan of them. I do not like the Cibiseer, Cibipoor, Cibisage as much, but the tiny monkeys I'm a fan of. Pelsage, this is not Pelsage, this is Pelseer. Pelseer is easily the worst of the three though. Like, Pempoor is going to be an actual contender here on Gen 5. Probably. But Pelsage just isn't. I also do not like the tapping line at all. It's also just another mid line. Firefighting starters stopped being good at Gen 3. And every generation they just got worse. And it's not even the typing, like even if they were any other types, I would not like them anymore. Either. But, oh my god. Litvik, what's the middle guy called here? There's Litvik, Chandelure. What's the middle guy called? I love the middle guy, but I can't remember its name. I feel so bad. Lampent, yeah, that's the one. Slamp. Yeah, I love Lampent. I don't know if this entire line is a fucking banger. This entire line is awesome. Volcarona is awesome. I'm a Darmanitan hater. I do not like Darmanitan. And I do not like Heatmore. Darumaka is fine. He's silly. There are no thoughts going on inside his head. But I'm a huge Darmanitan hater. Okay, this is... I also love Victini. Victini is close. But Victini does not beat the Litvik line. Now I just have to choose which one is my favorite. Okay, I like Lampent and Litvik more than Chandelure. Okay, so this is going to be the first one where something outside from Pokémon will influence my decision. Because Litvik and Lampent are pretty much on the same level for me. But Lampent is one of my favorite Rivals of Ether workshop characters to use. So that's what I'm going to use to decide, because I genuinely can decide between these two. Okay, you said you were gonna judge Bigadonius. What's your judgment? Did I pass? Yeah. There was no shot it's gonna be anything else besides something from this line, except maybe Victini. The only factor you should consider, which one looks more like a bong? That, I will leave that for another day. Litvik line is, yeah, it's easily the best here. Like Litvik line, Victini and Volcarona line is like easy top 3. Okay. Gen 6. Let me just say, Gen 6 starters are awesome. He's just a candle who goes colon 3. Yeah! I love them. And it was almost Litvik there. Okay, so Gen 6. This is the only acceptable form of Charizard. I hate regular Charizard. I especially hate Mega Charizard Y. I hate Gigantamax Charizard. This is the only acceptable form of Charizard. This is the only one I actually like. What would I rate that Pokémon Ghost? Best Generation 12 Fairy type. Hands down. Okay, so this thing is awesome. Fereki line is amazing. And that's one line where the middle evolution is also just a banger. I'm in love with the Tiny Fox. When you do water types, please consider Joel and Chlorp in your rankings. Thank you. And okay. Is Joel like a Gen 2 and Chlorp a Gen 4 evolution? I'm gonna consider them. There's actually a Pokemon side game in Yakuza where Kiryu can be a Pokemon. Yeah, Yakuza is awesome. But How can Jlorp be shiny Joel when Jlorp also has funny snail eyes? Also, my current favorite song just came on the playlist, so I'm happy. Euphoria betrayal. Can't see that. Not even a whiskey. Oh. You're usually on mobile, right, Gadonius? Just two tiny little fish. Well, but they are tiny little awesome fish. Okay, so... on Twitch of all things, that's interesting, but also sad. I never, like, whenever I can, I just avoid using Twitch mobile, especially since the new update. Whenever I open it, I just get a guttural reaction to just like throw my phone and shut off the application. But back to silly little Pokémon. So I was talking about the Fennekin line. Yeah. Hey, yes, Legadonius. So I love the tiny little fox. I also love when fox stands on legs. Look at this cute little stick in the... Are we going to be two birds next to... I mean, these birds are just the evolution of this bird. And there's a chance, because I love Fletchinder, I love... This entire first row I'm a huge fan of. Talonflame is actually one that I like. Talonflame is actually one that I like not just due to its design, but also because I liked using it. Gen 6 was the one I played the most on like Pokémon Showdown. And that's where I grew. Like, I liked Talonflame before, but like for Heatran, that's why I like him. Before that I was kinda whatever on it. This entire first row is amazing. This entire first row is pretty good as well. A Vulcanion is awesome. And the middle of the third row is also just banger. These are three really good Mega Evolutions. But I don't think the bottom row stand up to the top row. And I don't think the Fletchinder and Talonflame kind measure up to the Fennekin line. There is a chance that Gen 6 is just going to be the starters next to each other. Because I like all of them. Even the Chespin line. Okay, so now the question is... which one of these do I put in here? Because all three of them are amazing. Fennekin is just a titular little guy, and I love little guys. Breakshan, I just love the vibe that Breakshan has around them. It's just... I just vibe with Breakshan. And then... Delphox is just a spectacular Pokémon. And I just love the aesthetics. But the one with the fleshy dress can be the midlife crisis if it's literally the final evolution. It would be funny to see a Pokémon like the evolved though. Like, Fennekin finally grows strong enough to become a Delphox. And then just says, actually, fuck this shit, I don't need this, and then de-evolves into a Breakshan. I think I do like Breakshan more than Delphox. Just a bit. It's really close, but I do think I like Breakshan more. But do I like it more than Fennekin? Do I? Why is this so tough? Okay, I knew this would be a tough choice as soon as I opened it. But still. Ah. This is also one of the rare Pokémon lines where the middle evolution is contender for best one. I'm not gonna toss a coin. My opinions are more important than that. My favorite Pokémon make up my essence. They describe and showcase who I am at my very core. I hate that I have to choose. I'm gonna come back to this in a bit. Let's go look at Gen 7. Okay, the pool is shallow once again. I have beef with Incineroar. I have beef that it became a bipedal final evolution. It would have been so cool as like remaining on 4 legs and seeing what it would have become. Other than that, I like Incineroar. I'm just beefing with him because he's bipedal. But it would have been much cooler if he wasn't. I love Litten though. Litten is a contender for top fire type for me. I'm kind of whatever on the Celestial line. I'm also kind of whatever on the Fire Dragon. Tortuga. No, Tortuga is the water guy. Was this guy called? Yeah, Oricorio, that's it. This is like, these are definitely, it's either Litten or Oricorio. Like, it's not even close, the other ones are much worse. Turtonator, yeah, that's the one. But no, Blacephalon is fine. Blacephalon is fine. I don't like... It's cool. Alolan Marowak is cool. And I know for a lot of people it's like one of their top picks for the entire generation, not even just fire types. And it is cool, I agree, but I'm not a huge fan. It is better than regular Marowak, which is... The bar is pretty low because that's just a stinker Pokémon. But it is better than that. But yeah, these two are... Litten and Oricorio are definitely the best. This form of Oricorio, the fire form, is... My favorite is the Pom-Pom one because it's just so cute and charming. Blacephalon is your favorite Ultra Beast. I think it's one of the higher ones for me as well. It's one of the higher ones for me. But I do not like Blacephalon as much as Litten or Oricorio. Which one do I like? I'm gonna put Oricorio. And if there are like 3 or 4 of Oricorios by the end, I'm gonna switch a few of them. Okay, Gen 8. Scorbunny line is awesome. I think this is the first starter line where the baby form is my least favorite. I like both Reboot and Cinderace more than Scorbunny. Scorbunny is awesome, but these guys are just better. I know, especially starter mid-evos are usually like the awkward teen phase of the starter. But I think in this case it works really well. I'm a huge Reboot fan. I'm not huge on Big Cinderace though. Giant Flaming Ball is funny, but that's kinda it. Steady Scorch line, I actually like the Steady Scorch line, it's a cool line. Colossal and Carkol I'm not huge on. Hisuian and Growlithe and Hisuian and Arcanine are definitely an upgrade from regular ones, but once again, regular Cantonese, Growlithe and Arcanine are some of my least favorites from Gen 1. So the bar is not that high. This guy is silly and cool. Fuck this. Hisuian Typhlosion is also cool. But not as good. I'm gonna probably either be Cinderace or Reboot here. And I may... and this is once again very close, but I think I'm gonna choose Reboot here. This is definitely the weakest out of all of these. Like out of all the favorite types per generation. It is definitely the worst so far. But I do like him a lot. And then Gen 9. I mean... do I even have to? Playing online made you hate Cinderace so much, that's fair. It was yeah. I stopped playing online before Gen 8. So I do not know that experience. Also, excuse me for a moment. Sorry, I had to fall into a silly little coughing fit. Because I started choking on my own saliva while talking. I'm fine though. Okay, so back to this. Most of these I don't even know. Tauros is cringe and giving another form to it is whatever. Cerulege is cool, but like... Fuecoco. This is a simple choice for me both because... Little guy. Chiyu? That's Chiyu, right? I think it's called Chiyu. Chiyu is fine. But this is a better little guy. Okay, so back to Gen 6. How the hell do I choose between Fennekin and Braixen? How? I did not think that fire types, I would have one of my biggest dilemmas on fire types. Because I'm not a huge fire type fan overall. This is a hard choice. Okay, I'm gonna pick Fennekin. Or am I? No, I'm gonna pick Braixen. I just vibe with it so much. I just vibe with Braixen so much. But just know that Fennekin is right beside her in spirit. Okay. Now we move on from one of my lesser like types to my favorites. Water type is like my absolute favorite in Pokémon and it's not even close. So this is going to be fun. Okay, so... this is a lot. Magikarp is funny but whatever, Crab is whatever. I like Horsey but I do not like Siege, Goldie line is whatever. I'm a fan of the Staryu line. Yeah, Psyduck it's not only water. Actually it is only water. It's not even psychic. Both Psyduck and Golduck are pure water types. Slowpoke and Slowbro are the water psychics. I hate Golduck. And I'm also not a Psyduck fan. Psyduck is one of the only silly guys that I do not like. Squirtle line is awesome though. This entire line is my favorite starter line in Gen 1. And I love all of them. even War Turtle. Actually, I like War Turtle more than Blastoise, I think. Yeah, Slowpoke is water. I like Tentacool and especially Tentacruel, but not to the point of being favorites. I like Poliwag, but I do not like its evolutions. I like Lapras, but also not to the point of being favorites. Vaporeon is awesome. I love Vaporeon. I'm a huge Vaporeon fan. Flareon used to be my favorite of the Gen 1 evolutions. But as time passed, Vaporeon started to grow on me and now it's hard to decide between the two of them. Which I don't have to do right now because they are just two different types. But Vaporeon is definitely a contender for favorite water type in Gen 1. Also, it's been over an hour and we're still only done with the first two types. This is going to take a while. I thought I would go with this much faster. But I guess I'm more of a yapper than I thought. Okay, so Vaporeon is a contender for favorite. I like Shellder, and I'm a huge Cloyster fan. Plus killing Pokémon. But I don't think I like him as much as Vaporeon. Squirtle and Wartortle are other contenders. But I do think Vaporeon outclasses them just a bit as well. And I know that I've mostly shit on like simple and uninspired designs until now, with a few exceptions. But Seel and Dugong are some of the laziest Pokémon ever. But I love them, they are so silly. They are so silly, and I'm a huge fan. So I feel like a favorite water from Gen 1. It's basically a contest between the Seel line. I like Dugong more, so it's a contest between Dugong, Vaporeon, and then Starmie. These are probably my top 3 water types from Gen 1. And this is a strong pool, like a lot of it is just whatever. But Gen 1 water has some really strong contestants. Okay. I do like Dugong more than Starmie. So Starmie is a close third place. But I love them both. I love Dugong and I love Vaporeon. I'm gonna put Vaporeon as first, but it hurts me to not see the funny Dugong here. Okay, moving on to Gen 2 water types. First of all, Politoed is easily the best of the Poliwag line, not even close. I do not like Poliwhirl and I hate Poliwrath. Poliwag is a silly guy, but Politoed is awesome. Oh my god! This may be the toughest choice for me in like the entire ranking. The Marill line, especially Marill and Azumarill, are one of my favorite Pokémon lines, evolutionary lines ever in the history of Pokémon. But the Wooper line is also one of my favorite evolutionary lines in all of Pokémon. I love them so much and now I have to decide. I hate this. I hate this so much. I do not have to choose between them. Like, I love other guys in here as well. This is a very strong category. But it's not even close, like, these 4 Pokemon take the cake for me. Mantine is also awesome. I'm a huge Mantine fan. I'm a huge Corsola fan. I'm a huge Totodile fan. And I'm a huge Lantern fan. And I'm also a huge Suicune fan. So this is like a very strong category. An extremely strong category. even without like two of my favorite lines in the entire franchise, even with ignoring them, this is a really strong category. And it would pretty much be like a 5-way tie. But now it's a 4-way tie. All of them are just so silly and awesome. Also, I did see when I scrolled down, I did see that there's a favorite spin in the category. What the hell? Why? Okay. Back to water types. Back to water types. What the hell do I do now? How the hell do I do this? There was a time, like, for probably multiple years, Mariel and Azumarill were just like my top 2 favorite Pokémon of all time. Ever since that I've branched out and I can't say who my all-time favorite is. But it used to be these two. But now Wooper and Quagsire are also some of my favorites. This is... Okay, no. Hi, welcome back. You can see... You can witness one of the hardest choices I will have to make in this entire ranking. What do you mean why though? Look at Wooper, look at Quagsire, they are awesome. They are amazing. Plus, you know what? I'm gonna show you a video real quick. I'm gonna stop the music. This is one of my favorite videos on the internet. This is such an amazing video. I love this so much. It makes me so happy. This is such a great video. So good. I love it so much. I just had to... Yeah. They do be funky and schmunky and especially hunkin'. You also love this video. I'm glad, Gadolius. It's amazing. It's one of my favorite videos of all time. But going back to Gen 1, Cloyster is one of your all-time favorites. Yeah, Cloyster. Okay, so just to Cloyster was a close contender for me. Starmie, Vaporeon and Dugong are top 3. But Cloyster and Squirtle or Tortoise are also very close. I did talk about liking Cloyster a lot. Also, Vaporeon is just a cool guy. Don't you owe me? I don't care about the copy pasta. Vaporeon is awesome. Okay, so going back to this. I still have to decide between two of my favorite lines in the entire franchise. I think the only choice harder than this will be deciding my all-time favorite water Pokémon. Water is... Yeah, it's not even close, it's just my favorite type in the game. Ah, what do I do? What do I do? They are all amazing. Yeah, that's because... See mine, dude. What? Do you mean the coral? Do you mean Corsola or do you mean the blowfish? Quillfish? Quillfish is whatever. I don't know if I prefer Hisuian Quillfish. I'll decide when I get there. Yeah. I am passionate about Azumarill and Marill as well. I don't know if you were here or if you missed it, but like many years ago at this point, back when I was like 13 plus, Marill and Azumarill used to be my all-time favorite Pokemon for multiple years. And since then, I've gotten more favorites, and now I do not have just like one or two favorites. It's harder to decide. But these two guys used to be my favorites. Now they are still one of my favorites, but Wooper and Quagsire are also on the same level for me. So it's really hard to decide. I'm I'm not huge on Overkill. I'm sorry, Gadonius, I'm not huge on Overkill. It is funny though. I can give it that. Overkill is funny. We've spent almost 10 minutes on just on Gen 2 water types. Why can I not just decide? Okay, so hear me out. I'm gonna put Wooper here. Oh, but I'm going to put Azumarill here on my team. I'm gonna represent them both. I'm gonna put Wooper here and I'm gonna put Azumarill on my team. Also, like, liking all four of these Pokemon and having them as some of my favorites is only a vibes thing and a design thing. But I also loved using Azumarill back in Gen 6. Huge power, belly jump Azumarill goes insane. One of my favorite mons to use. Which is partly also why I settled to represent Azumarill here and Wooper here. Remind me to pick Grassy, I have to fight you. Well then, I'm just gonna bring out my Talonflame with its silly boosted Flare Blitz. It's both. Grass and Electric are the two weaknesses of Water. Water is just such a strong defensive typing. Okay, Gen 3 Water. I forgot to continue playing the music. It's so back now. Okay. Okay, there are a lot of awesome guys here. But like, come on. Mudkip beats them all. Mudkip is also up there for me. Like, if Mudkip was also a Gen 2 Pokemon, we would have been just on this screen forever. Yes, Mudkip! Love Mudkip! Okay, but just to talk about... This was a really easy category, but just to talk about them a little bit. The entire Mudkip line is amazing. So like, if Mudkip was not a thing, they would have been contenders. I love... Lomber is whatever, but I love Loted and I love Ludicolo. I think I like Loted a bit more. Like, this line, Loted and Ludicolo, Wingull, Surskit are all like top picks for me. Yeah, Big Whale. I like Big Whale, not overwhelmingly so. But it is really funny. Milotic is also very beautiful, and I love it. And I also like Kyogre. I usually don't like legendaries that much, but the ones I do, I really like, and Kyogre is one of them. But Mudkip supremacy. Yeah, those eyebrows, those. This entire Pokemon is just pretty, and being pretty is what is can really win me over. Okay, so Gen 4. Um, this is gonna be between two Pokemon. This is gonna be between. Okay, actually between three Pokemon. This is either gonna be Piplup, Nantike, or Rotom Wash. This is my favorite non-default form of Rotom. Partly because water type, and partly because I think the washing machine is just really funny. I also... Palkia is like fine. It's not the legendaries that I do not like or dislike that much. This is also a strong category. Weasel and Floatzel is like a stinker line. Liberal is whatever. But every other line is so good in this gen. Manaphy and Little Manaphy, but I do not remember the name of, are awesome. I'm also a huge Lumineon fan. Just a silly little fish. I think Lumineon is one of the best fish Pokemon in the game. The entire franchise, for me. I know for most people it's like a very forgettable Pokemon. It's... I don't know what it is about me, but it just captivates me for some reason. Lumineon is a gameplay pick for you. Use it in Legends Arceus. No Alpha 1. That sounds awesome. I never had a Lumineon in my team, main team, yet. But I would love to one day. We'll be going for today. Bye Archie, thanks for hanging out. Hope you had fun. Okay, so... Little guy? Funny Pokemon or little guy? That's really the question here. You were AFK. You missed by far the biggest dilemma I've ever faced. I had to choose between 4 of my absolute favorite Pokemon. Ah, okay. I love Piplup. I absolutely love Piplup. But I think Little Manatee... not Manatee. What the fuck, why do I forget words? Little Stingray has like wins over him. Now the question is, once again, Little Guy or Washing Machine? I see you're putting your vote in for Washing Machine. And I am gonna choose Washing Machine. Washing Machine is really funny. It's really funny. But all of the voter pools so far have been really strong. Gen 5 is probably going to be the weakest. The X song? Fine. The X sign, yeah, that's also a good one. But that doesn't come up until Gen 2 Psychic. I do wonder if all unknown forms are gonna be there for Gen 2 Psychic. Okay, so... First off, I do not specifically like a Lomomola, but I also do not hate it like many people do. Okay, so let's look. This line is whatever. Once again, I do not like... It's like the same with Psyduck. Like, I do not like Big Duck, but I kinda like Small Duck. Jellicent is fine, but Freelish is awesome. Freelish is amazing. Basically just has no thoughts in his brain, but I'm not particularly fond of him. Simipour is the only one of the 3 Simis that I actually like. And Pempour is like an actual contender for me. For favorite water type in this gen. I think I love all water type starters. But the Oshawott line is probably the weakest for me across all generations. While looking at water starters. And Samurott is probably the only final evolution that I don't like from water starters specifically. I don't know why, but I just do not like Samurott. Oshawott is awesome and Devot is cool though. I also... Saizvitud is a water ground type and I like that combination specifically. I do not like the Pokemon itself. I love Timepole though. Wait. This is Timepole, right? I forget if Timepole is... No, yeah, this is Timepole. The other guy is called Dynamo. The electric fish. Yeah. Timepole I like. And then there's Keldeo. I love Keldeo as well. Keldeo, Timepole, and somehow Pempour are like my top 3 for this gen, I think. I'm gonna put that Keldeo it goes on. I do not like Swanna. I like Ducklet, but I'm not huge on Swanna. I know they are very different Pokemon, but to me, Swanna is like what Altaria would be if they messed up everything about it. I'm gonna choose Pempour here. I'm gonna do some Elemental Monkey representation. This was probably the weakest of water types so far though. Okay. This is an amazing tier. I like... Over half of these could be just like a pick here for favorite water type, I think. The Binacle line is whatever. I do not like this Crab line either. And I do not like Mega Gyarados and Mega Sharpie. Mega Sharpedo is fine, but I do not like him that much. I also prefer Swampert, regular Swampert to Mega 1. But I adore the entire Froakie line. Plus Froakie was my first starter in my first Pokemon game that I played legit. On like official console and not on the Nintendo PC. And I like the entire line. Greninja also used to be like a top 5 Pokemon for me. Both Froakie and Greninja used to be top 5 Pokemon for me many years ago. I also like Clavitzer and the other one. This is also a good line. And possibly my favorite crabs. Volcanion I like Volcanion, but not top pick for me. Lobster. Yeah. I love them as well. I love the design of Mega Blastoise. Giant fucking water cannon is both cool and funny in my opinion. And I'm also in love with Primal Kyogre. Blastoise goated, I agree. I do think Primal Kyogre beats it out though. But this is still like a... This is a 5-way tie right now. Between the entire Froakie line. Okay, Frogadier is awesome but not as good as Froakie and Greninja. So this is a 4-way tie right now. Between Froakie, Greninja, Clovitzer is the big one, right? Anyways, the big crab and the primal Kyogre. This is a very close four-way tie for me. I think I'm gonna try to do it this by process of elimination. First one I'm dropping is going to be Clovitzer. It is going to be here in spirit. But it does not quite make top 3 for me. I love Froakie. I like tiny little silly frog. But Greninja beats it out just by a tiny margin. But now the question is, does Greninja beat out Primal Kyogre though or not? Yeah, I'm gonna put Greninja here. I know that's like a basic pick, but I love Greninja. Okay, moving on to Gen 7. Okay, next question. Yeah, just kidding, I'm gonna go back and talk a little bit. This is a whatever line. Golizopod is whatever. Actually, okay, no, Primarina is my favorite. I love the entire Poplio line. Definitely my favorite starter line in Gen 7. Actually, how many gens are there when... Like, Gen 1 Water is my favorite starting line, Gen 2 I like the Cyndaquil line. No, it's only Totodile that's good. These are kinda mid. So Gen 2 it's not. But Gen 3 Water is my favorite starting line. Gen 4 Water is my favorite starting line. In Gen 5 it's not. But Gen 6 Water is my favorite starting line once again. In Gen 7 it's also Water. So far the tally is what is it? My favorite, yeah. Out of the first 7 generations, there are 4 of those Water is my favorite starting line and 3 of those Grass is my favorite. Then in Gen 8... Okay, in Gen 8, I think Scorbunny line takes the cake. And then in Gen 9, it's the little wheat cat. So the tally for starters for me is 4 Water, 4 Grass, and then 1 Fire. Okay, so anyways, Gen 8. Okay, this is... Actually, this is probably the weakest Water pool for me. But I like... Cramorant is funny. I like Cramorant. I think Cramorant... It's either Cramorant or the funny fish. The funny joke on British architecture. No. Also, a lot of these I'm like not connected to, so I cannot talk about this gen as much as I did the ones before. But yeah, I think Cramorant is my favorite here. And then... I know Palafin is literally just a dolphin. But on the other hand, it's dolphin. Okay, also, it's either this for me. Either Palafin or Faridak is my favorite middle evolution. Gen 8 and Gen 9 kinda picked up their middle evolutions, I feel like. I mean, starters were always the ones where like middle evolutions were typically better than with other Pokemon, but still. Vakchio is also really funny, but I think I'm just leaving the dolphin here. Yeah. Currently we are going at like a pace that's like half an hour for one type. This is going to be a long stream. Okay, grass types. I love Bulbasaur. Venusaur is whatever, but I like Ivysaur. But the little guy is my favorite. Once again, I hate Gloom. Gloom is horrible. Gloom is awful. It should die. But Oddish is an amazing little guy, and Vileplume is an amazing big little guy. I'm also... I'm one of the few people who likes Paris. I don't like Parasect, but I like Paris. I also like... I'm also a pretty huge fan of Bespro, but not of its evolutions. But I don't like it as much as the other ones. I do not like the Execute line, and Tangela is whatever. What did you realize, Ghost? Yes, I'm playing Tekken 8 OST right now. I'm playing my favorite track from the game. It's good. And I like Vileplume more than Oddish, but both are awesome. Right now it's a three-way tie between these ones. Bulbasaur, Vileplume and the Paras. I think... Do I just pick the starter here? Do I just do this? Do I just pick the starter? You know what? No. I'm gonna stay strong by my little guy. Paris can go here. Wait! Wait, that's funny. How? How did the two correlating tracks come between one another? I have my playlist randomized. So it's completely by chance that they came one after the other. That's so funny. My luck is insane. Parasect is one of my all-time favorites. I do not like Parasect. I think it ruined a great pre-evolution. But hey, yeah, heck yes, Paris appreciation. I love Paris. I love Paris so much. I don't think... But it is a little bit creepy, but I do not mind that. My problem with Parasect is being ugly. While Paras is just awesome. Okay, so Gen 2. Gen 2, okay, I know who I'm gonna pick. But first I'm gonna say that this is an extremely strong pool. Like, Sunflora is a stinker, but other than that, all of these guys are absolutely amazing. I love the Chikorita line is great. I love all three of them. Little Pear is probably my favorite though. Bellossom is awesome and my favorite of the Oddish line. I love the Hoppip line. Hoppip is great. Skiploom is not as good as the other two, but it's still amazing. And then Jumpluff is just my pick here. And then I'm also a huge fan of Tiny Sunflower Seed and I love Celebi. Probably one of my favorite legendary and mythical Pokémon. Okay, maybe not in top 5, but pretty close, even if not. But Jumpluff is my favorite here. This is a very strong category. Especially for having so little Pokémon. Okay, next. This is like very polarizing. All of these guys I either really like or do not like. There are very few in between. Like, I love Trico, I love Grovyle. Sceptile and Nuzleaf are probably the only two whatever Pokemon here. And Roselia. I know I like Roselia as well. But like, this entire row I just do dislike somewhat. The entire top row besides Lumber I like a lot. Yeah, and Sceptile. I guess. Seedot is awesome. And Shroomish and Breloom are amazing. I love... Grovyle is my favorite from the starting line, but it's not as good as Lotad and Ludicolo. And I do like Ludicolo more than sorry, I do like Loted a bit more than Ludicolo, I think. So it's gonna be between Ludicolo and Breloom for me. Not Ludicolo, once again Loted. Ah. Also, these are both like OG faves of mine. Both Loted and Breloom. While Grovyle and Ludicolo are more recent for me. Which one do I pick? I'm gonna pick the silly Lilipad Pokemon. But Breloom is very close. And is also one of the few that I liked using. Like, also like from a gameplay perspective. Okay, Generation 4. Okay, no. No question. No question, I fucking love Badu. Badu is so amazing. This is like not even close. Dirtwing and Leafeon are the two guys that I'm like, maybe. But no, Badu is little guy. Too little of a guy to not be picked here. No, it's Badu. It's Badu is here, and if I pick it again, it just deselects it to make it empty again. But yeah. I also love Snower, and I like the Aboma Snow line. And I love Cherrim, and I love Cherubi when it's happy. But Badu, I could not justify putting any other Pokemon there. Among Us. Okay, so I love Pansage. I love Snivy and I love Serperior. Wait, I forgot. I used to know Among Us's Dex number by heart just because it's funny, but I forgot. Is it 591? Pokemon 591. Yes, it is! I'm so good. I still got it. Funny Pokemon number 591. Okay, so I like Ferroseed and I like Ferrothorn. But not as much as some others. Deerling is also very cute. Petilil and Lilligant are also awesome. Wait, we're at Gen 5. Okay, no, it's Whimsicott. There are some huge bangers here. But nothing beats Whimsicott and Cottony. This is also like probably one of my top 10 evolutionary lines in the entire franchise. I just love Whimsicott so much. But just let it be known that this might as well, it could just be Cottony. Both are just amazing. I love them both. And like, it's very close. Snivy and Serperior could also just be here. Okay, Gen 6. Okay, the difference in pool size is insane. Okay, I know people like Phantom and or Trevenant, like people usually like at least one of the two. This is my least favorite line out of all of these. Gogot is fine, I'm a huge Skiddo fan. I also like Chespin. The other two, Chestnut and the middle guy, I'm not that big of a fan of. I also do not like Gore guys, but I'm a huge Pumpkaboo fan. And then all three of these megas are just amazing. All three of these megas are just amazing. I'm gonna pick Skiddo both because I like the guy a lot. Pumpkaboo. I love Pumpkaboo. I'm picking Skiddo both because I like the guy a lot. And because he was one of my most prominent team members on my first playthrough of Gen X. I mean Gen 6 Pokemon X. So he also has that special place in my heart, but I just love Skiddo. If it wasn't Skiddo, it would probably either be Pumpkaboo or Megaloboma Snow though. It would be just Pumpkaboo. So, don't worry Gadonius, Pumpkaboo is a close second place. Okay. Next. There really isn't a lot to talk about here. I just love... I know Delmise... I think Delmise is a really great design. I love the idea behind it. But for some reason the Pokemon itself just never captivated me. Alola Executor is funny. I like it because of how funny it is. Not because whether it's a good design or not. Okay, so... Once again we're at a point where I don't know like half of these. Wait. There's a Hisuian. It's Lilligant, right? Yeah, I didn't know there's Hisuian and Lilligant. I do not like Voltorb and Electrode. Neither normal nor Hisuian, it's just whatever. I like Gossifleur. I think Gossifleur is my pick here. Both a little guy and very pretty. And that's a really good combination for me. Two of the biggest aspects of me liking a Pokemon. But I also... Grookey and Appletoon are like the close second places here. Appletoon, I know it's just Apple, but it's so funny. I like Appletoon. I know a lot of people don't. But it was one of the Pokemon I was most hyped for when stuff were revealed like one by one. Okay, so... We once again here with Smoliv. Why? What did you not like? I'm sorry, I do not like Hisuian Electrode. I just do not like it. It's better, like, these are it's better than regular Electrode, and Voltorb is also better than regular Voltorb. Not really. He's just a guy. But he's like not good at being just a guy. Appletoon is like way better at being just a guy. I'm a huge Appletoon fan, I do not like these. I mean, I do not know anything about their move pools. I think I would also like them a bit more if these were just like regular Voltorb and Electrode and the Cantonese one just did not exist. I guess I can respect Pokemon Company finally doing something with two Pokemon that are just S. But I think it's too little too late. Okay, so here. This is... I know like 5 of these. Oh wait, there's the funny snail. I like the funny snail. This is also best. This is the best version of Among Us, right? I forgot what it's called. But okay, I did say I'm a Smoliv fan now. This is going to be a pick between either Smoliv, Funny Wheat Cat or Miaskrada. I love Miaskrada's design. I know, I know it's furry bait, but I do not care. I do not find it hot, I just find it cool. The same reason I like Megalopony. I just find it cool, but but also Smoliv. But also Sprigatito. This is another tough one. I would ask what you guys think. But I can guess what you're going to say, Gadonius. I have an idea what you would say. Ah, this is hard. Sorry, family came in. I'm back. Ah, I do not wanna have to choose. I also love the name of Miascarada. I absolutely love the name of it as well. Toad's Cruel? Which one is Toad's Cruel? That was not one of the 3 options. Excuse me. Check your Discord DMs. Yeah. I see the Swolif propaganda. And I very much appreciate it. I get it. I'm a Smoliv fan now. You don't have to convince me. I am going to pick the funny, silly little cat. But like, these like, all 3 of these could just be here. Like, this is pretty much an impulsive decision right now. All 3 of these could just be here. Okay. This one took less than half an hour, which is good. Oh shit, yeah, that's only my 4th one after these guys. Funny snail. I think I find it very funny. I like it. But we are moving on to electric now. I do not like Zapdos. I do not like Jolteon. Jolteon is the one evolution I don't like that much. I don't like... I'm realizing that Gen 1 electric Pokémon are kind of stinkers. They are kind... Pikachu is whatever. I like Magnemite. I'm gonna put Magnemite here. This is probably either this or Gen 4 norm. Okay, no, this. This is easily the weakest category we had so far, I think. Like, nothing's been as weak as this at this point. Okay, Gen 2 electric types. I'm a huge fan of Lantern. And I'm a huge fan of Pichu. And I'm a huge fan of Elekid. But nothing can beat the Mareep line. I'm sorry, nothing can beat the Mareep line. I love all 3 of them. Fluffy is probably the weakest, but Fluffy is still awesome. But I absolutely love Ampharos, and I'm in love with Mareep. This is a Mareep sweep, and it's not even close. Wow. Insane category. Insane category. Next. Also, Plusle and Minun are also very cool Rivals Workshop characters. Okay, so we have But no, they are just bad. I will not appreciate what's not meant to be appreciated. This one is a very strong category though. I like Electivire, but it's not a top contender for me. Rotom is an awesome guy. They're so bad that they're amazing. I do not agree. I think they're so bad, period. Hisuian forms are whatever. Hisuian Electrode is a nothing burger, but Hisuian Voltorb is fine. But the Gen 4 electric types though, they are good. Yeah? Try me. Gen 4 electrics. I absolutely love Rotom. Washing Machine and regular form are probably my favorite. I would not put Washing Machine here. I would put it for water. But I'm also a huge... I know a lot of people like Luxray. I think this line, as it progresses, it gets worse and worse. But I'm a huge Shinx fan. I'm an absolutely huge Shinx fan. But nothing can beat the tiny little squirrel. I love this little rodent. This is a good Pikachu clone. This is how you create a good Pikachu clone. Okay, Gen 5. Talking about good Pikachu clones. I think this is just gonna be an Amalga sweep. Yeah, this is just gonna be an Amalga sweep, I think. I like Electros, but not top level. Joltik is great. Joltik is awesome. Joltik is a little guy. And a really great little guy. And I also like Zekrom. I'm a Zekrom fan. But nothing can hold up to Amalga. Another great rodent. Squirrels are great in general. Then Gen 6. I do like some of the Pikachu costumes. But my top 3 picks here are like easily without question Helioptile, the Den, and Mega Ampharos. It's not even close. And I think they even come in that order. I think third place for me is Helioptile. Second place is the Den. The Den is literally just Pikachu but better. Like, you look at this guy and you just see Pikachu. But it's just way better and cuter and cooler than Pikachu. But nothing can hold a candle to Mega Ampharos here. Okay. This one has... No! I'm gonna have to decide between... I do not like Vikavolt. I think, yeah, Chargeback, that's what I was about to say. I think Vikavolt line peaked at Chargebug. It's not even close, it peaked at Chargebug. Vikavolt is cringe, it's bad, I don't like it. But I like Chargebug, and I like the little guy. Best middle stage ever? Yeah, it's definitely up there. It's one of the best middle stages. I like Zeraora, but not that much. Oh, Chargebug wins easily. It's not even close for me. The Chargebug over Dusclops any day of the week. Okay, so I like the Tapus. Tapu Koko is, I think, the worst of the 4. I hate the Geodude line. I think Alolan Geodude and the Alolan line is an improvement. Especially Golan. Golan is the worst of the OG Geodude line, but the best of the Alolan Geodude line. But it's the Pikachu with hat is cool. But do you see these guys? Togedemaru is just cooler. But like, Oricorio and Alola Raichu are not even close my top 2 here. What do you mean but Pikachu wearing a hat? Do you see this guy? Do you see Alola Raichu? He's so cool, and he's so cute. I wanna pick Alola Raichu here so bad. But Pompom Oricorio is also easily my favorite Oricorio form, and I wanna represent it. This is such a hard choice. Yes, I see Pikachu with a head, but I'm choosing Raichu with a surfboard for a tail. It pains me not picking Oricorio though. It really pains me. But Alola Raichu. No. Het Pikachu is not cuter than Alola Raichu, I'm sorry. Wait, this is perfect distribution. I love like... we have little guys. And then we have pigmans. Okay. What is the hungry Pokémon called? Tell me. Just wanted to say you really like Geodude. Oh, it was the first. Yeah, your first shiny hunt is always special. I think that's like something you will never forget. Yeah, Het Pikachu is still there, and I'm still not gonna pick it. Giant Pikachu is good. I hate it because it's Pikachu pandering. But I like it because it's at least a throwback to Fat Pikachu, which is best Pikachu. I do not like Regieleki. More something. More Peko, that's it. Yeah. I love more Peko. I'm also a Toxtricity fan, and I like Toxel. More Peko. I think... it's either gonna be Morpeko or Yam. No, it's gonna be Morpeko. I like Yamper, but I like Morpeko more. No. It's like one of the worst. No, actually, I don't like Pincurchin. It's like Pyukumuku but bad, and not fun. It's just the worst Pyukumuku. I like it more. I'm a huge Pyukumuku fan. I do not like Pincurchin. But other than that, everything else is pretty much better than Hisuian Electrode, I'm sorry. Okay, no, actually no, Pincurchin is also better. Hisuian Electrode is like, probably the worst thing here, for me. I take it back, I somewhat like Pincurchin. It's just that Pyukumuku exists and is just clearly superior. Gen 9 Electrics. What the fuck is this? What the hell is this? What? Huh? What is this Magneton? Okay, this was... Raging Bolt is really funny. Raging Bolt is up there for the funny. But I think this is just... This is either Raging Bolt because it's funny, or it's Miraidon because it's cool. The Bike Lizard. That's not actually Bike Lizard because that's a different Pokémon. Hey yeah, Hatsune Miku! I love Miku. Okay, so... This may be... I don't know whether it's a good thing to admit or not, but... Like... Okay, the first part is not the thing that I'm about to admit. I'm usually whenever I do not have to like leave home for something, I'm pretty bad with like getting out of bed. I'm... If I do not have to leave for anything, I usually stay like 1.5 or 2 hours at least in my bed after I wake up. But recently, whenever I'm doom scrolling Instagram or doom scrolling Reels, sometimes I just come across Daily Miku page that just keeps posting that Miku, like the actual song Miku by Anamanaguchi, that animation. And somehow, seeing that always motivates me to get out of bed. So a lot of the time, like 3 or 4 days a week probably, no joke, Hatsune Miku is the thing that motivates me to get out of bed. And that's... I don't know whether that's funny or sad, but I'm gonna lean towards funny because I like funny things and I'm funny. I'm so funny, chat. Back to this, I'm gonna pick... This is gonna be my funny pick. This is my first one that's just based on funny. Okay, ice types. No, I thought I almost insta-picked Dugong here. But I love Articuno. Also one of my most liked legendaries. This is a choice between... I love Cloyster, but not as much as the other two. No, I'm just gonna put Dugong here. It's... Articuno is an extremely close second. But after having this dilemma, I have to represent Dugong somewhere. Okay, so Gen 2 ice types. Once again, just 5. I hate Smoochum. I do not like Sneasel. There's like only one Pokemon here that I like. Swinub, this is not even close, like this is not even a competition. I love Swinub and I do not like the other guys. Delibird is fine. I do not like Piloswine, Piloswine is fine I guess, but I don't like Sneasel and I hate Smoochum. Okay. Cast form. I like Hellcast form. But I also like... I hate that it's supposed to be Regice. But that's so stupid, just put the fucking second eye in there. I'm gonna keep calling it Regice. Or Regice, whatever. Regice. It's Regice, I don't care. I know that's not how you're supposed to pronounce it, but then just... Why couldn't they just type it normally? Spell it normally. Okay, so... I like Regice. I'm not a huge Snorant fan, but I like Lily. And I like Spheal. And Celio. Actually, like these 4 are the candidates for me. No, Lily is not as good as the other 3. Ah. I'm gonna pick Celio here. But it was close. Okay. This is a strong one. Freech is funny. I like all of these Pokemon. I like all of them. There's not a single one I do not like. Mamoswine is amazing. Aboma Snow and Snowell are amazing. Frostless is pretty. But I don't think it measures up. And I love Glaceon. I think this may be another Evolution Sweep. Regice is your favorite legendary. He has nothing going up there. Yeah! He does not have anything going up there. And Regice is like, by far, Regice is the only one of the Regis I like. But I like Regice a lot. I think this one's just gonna be Glaceon. But Nomoside is a close second. Okay, so... I'm actually... I'm actually one of the few people who likes the Vanillish line. Freelish, Vanillish and Vanillux. I like them. They are actually... I hate Kyurem. Kyurem is so fucking ugly. One of my least favorite legendaries probably. I also do not like Bertic. Cryogonal. Actually, the funniest thing is Ghost that I don't think it's actually even spelled that way. But yeah, Cryogonal is fine. I just like Snow in general, so I like Cryogonal. But I don't know, this is a hot take, but the ice cream line takes the cake for me. It's just gonna be the ice cream. Okay, this is another shallow pool. Yeah. This one's... The Mega Evolutions are my favorites here. But I also like Evelag. Evelag is silly and funny. Evelag is silly and funny, but I'm gonna pick Mega Abomasnow here. I've had to pass up on Abomasnow 2 times before, so I think it's fair. Then. This is not Crabrawler, this is the other guy. Yeah. What is it called? I mean, this is the worst one anyway, so it does not really matter. I love... These are probably my 4 favorite Alolan forms in the entire generation. Like, yeah, these are by far my favorite Alolan forms. And I like Vulpix more than Ninetales, which is why I picked Ninetales here over Vulpix. And I like Alolan Sandslash more than Sandshrew. I'm gonna pick Alolan Vulpix's peak Alolan form. But just know that all of these 4 deserve to be here. Okay, next. Snom! Chat, it's Snom! We're the fan favorite. And for good reason, Snom is awesome. Also, I'm gonna be nice. I like Ice Q. I know some people don't like Ice Q. I think Ice Q is very silly. In a good way. Yeah, Ice Q is amazing. I also like Arctozolt. Arctowish is the worst of the British archaeological Pokémon. Lestrear is whatever. And as much I know, I gave a lot of shit for the Darumaka and Darmanitan. And I still do not like Alolan Darumaka. But I guess I like Alolan Darmanitan. It's like the one form of Darmanitan that's good. Zen form is S. But Alolan Darmanitan is fun. Not Alolan. I'm so dumb. We're at Galarian Darmanitan. But yeah, Galarian Darmanitan is fun. Also, I hate Mr. Mime with a passion. And I hate Galarian Mr. Mime with a bit smaller of a passion. But Mr. Mime is fun. It's a fun concept and I like him. But like... It's either... I like Snom and I like Frostmoth. Like... These are the only real options here. Nothing comes close. The only question is whether I like... because I love both of these. Okay, I am gonna... I know it's Snom. But I love Frostmoth. I'm not gonna pick the little guy for once. And then... This is a pretty bad category. Catodal is cute. Catodal is cute. There's Iron whatever and I do not even know the name of the rest of these. But I like Catodal. Catodal is just a silly little guy. Okay, fighting type. Fighting is one of my least favorite types. But it does have some good mons. Not in this gen though. I don't like the matchup line, I do not like Poliwrath. Mankey is fine, but I hate Primeape, and I do not like Hitmonlee. Hitmonchan is fine. I'm picking Hitmonchan here. But Hitmonchan is more of just like... Hitmonchan just out-mids the rest of the pool. It's not that good. Okay. I love how Gen 2 is always just... Okay, not here. But like Gen 2 is just a small pool, usually. I do not like Tyrogue, but I'm a Heracross fan. And I'm a Hitmontop fan. Hitmontop is funny. And I love that little shuffle, that cool idle animation he has, his 3D model has. Okay, once again, we have Peak here, and then I like Meditite, but this right half is just bad. This right half is just bad. I'm gonna pick Breloom. Breloom is my favorite here. But Blaziken and Combusken are close. They are very close, I like them both. Okay, here. I used to be a Lucario fan. And I mean, I still am. I like Lucario. But, like, as time passed, like, more and more Pokemon I just starting liking more than him. I still like him, just not overwhelmingly so. Krogunk is fine, I like Krogunk, I like Riolu as well. Toxicroak I don't. This is a bad evolution. This is a boring starting line, I'm just gonna pick Gallade here. I used to not like Gallade when I was like a teen, because I just thought that Gardevoir is just so beautiful and pretty, and I love Gardevoir. And Gallade was just like bad in comparison in my eyes. But I've grown fond of Gallade since then, I like Gallade now. But like, fighting has definitely been the weakest type so far. Even though Breloom is here. Let's see. This line I hate. I dislike, I do not like the Timber line. I do not like these guys. Pignite is whatever, Pignite can live. I do not like Ro, and I do not like the Ligma Pokemon as well, either. I'm gonna pick Keldeo here. I like base Meloetta more. Pirouette form is cool, but I like the... Hey yeah, Pokéstar Studio! But no, I'm picking Keldeo here. It's like not even close. Like, this is not close at all. My next favorite of the like the fighting quartet is probably... It goes Keldeo, then Virizion, then Cobalion, and Terrakion is S for me. Okay, this one. I know Lucha is like a lot of people's favorite, or like a lot of their favorites from this gen. But from this pool, it's one of my least favorites. I think... Yeah, I think Mega Mewtwo X is the only Pokemon that's below Hawlucha for me in this pool. Pangoro is fun, but Pancham is an awesome little guy. These Megas are all amazing. Except for Mega Mewtwo. Also, there are almost double the Megas than regular Pokemon. I did not realize that Gen 6 just does not have fighting Pokemon. I mean, it is fine because fighting is just a boring type. But it's funny. I'm either gonna pick the silly little panda or one of the Megas. I'm Mega Blaziken, I love Mega Blaziken. It's cool. Okay, this one. I completely forgot Pheromosa is a fighting type. Okay, so this one is either between, I think, I Crabloral is funny. Once again, Beware. Beware was already a pick here. I'm starting to feel the strain in my throat. But I'm gonna try to go as long as I can. Pessimian is awesome. Pessimian is awesome, but not as good as the top ones. I'm thinking between these three. It's either Beware, Pheromosa, which is probably one of my favorite Ultra Beasts. And I fucking love Buzzwole. Buzzwole is so funny. Buzzwole is just so fucking funny. What are the options here? What if I picked... I'm gonna pick Beware here. And for normal types, I'm gonna change this to Komala. But Buzzwole is close, it's very close. I love Buzzwole. Buzzwole is amazing. Okay, so like... There is just an objectively correct choice here. There's an objectively correct choice here. And it's called Phalanx. Yeah, Clovopus is an extremely close second. I was thinking about it. I almost put Clovopus as my favorite. Clovopus is amazing. Graplocked is whatever, but Clovopus is amazing. Like, I was this close to putting Clovopus over Phalanx, but Phalanx supremacy. I also like Zamazenta. So like Zamazenta is probably my third pick here. But Phalanx. And then... once again... lot of Pokemon that I have no connection to. I think the Quack whatever is cool. Even though I don't know its name. I think it's a cool duck. And I like the not Sandy Shoal, Iron Tusk, whatever. I do not know the name of the Paradox form. But I like the Paradox Donphan a lot. I'm just a Donphan fan in general. And I like this form. But... there is a funny choice here. There is a funny choice here. This Flamingo. I'm gonna pick Flamingo. It's literally just... it's just a fucking flamingo, but it's Spanish and funny. And I'm picking it because it's funny. Okay, so... Poison. For Poison, I'm gonna pick... actually... I know there's like already an overlap between Poison and Grass. But I may just end up picking a Grass type. I like Bulbasaur, I like Audition, I like Vileplume. I do not like the Weedle line. I also think Beedrill is meh, whatever. Ekels and Darboka are lazy and yeah. I like the Nidorans. I like male Nidoran more than female. But I like Nidorino more, but I like Nidoking more. But Nidoqueen is like almost as good as Nidoking though. Actually, never mind. Scratch any of what I was saying before. Little guy. We're picking the little guy. The littlest of the poison types. I love Venonat. Venomoth is a huge miss. Like, every time I have a Venonat, I'm genuinely contemplating just not evolving it. I'm ironically a Flamingo lover. Like, I I love Flamigo because it's funny. I like him just because he's funny. But that love is very genuine. Like there's no irony in my love for its funniness. That's a genuine love. Okay, this one. Flamingos are cool. Lobsters are funny. Was a flamingo also just your profile picture before? Yeah. 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 This stream is definitely gonna go into Sunday. There's a story about that lobster. Oh, I can't wait to hear that. Okay, so this one is either I like Spinarek, but it's just a spider, and my morals would not let me choose a spider because I hate spiders, so it's gonna be Crobat. I know a lot of people like Crobat, and I like Crobat, but not as much as a lot of people do. It's just better than the other ones, which is not a huge accomplishment. Hey chat. What is this guy called? What's the pre-evolution of Swalot? Chat, I forgot. I forgot. Help me out, please. Huh? Ghost, you should be timed out for that. Why would you say that? Actually though, unironically best selection of this in this pool. Like genuinely. Outside of the joke. Okay, I'm gonna settle the duplicate later. No, I'm gonna settle it now. Badu, I love Badu. Badu is probably my top 10 Pokémon of all time. Like right now. And it has been for over a decade at this point. I just love Badu so much. Okay, so the question is, which one am I going to switch? If I switch here, the only thing I would switch here is Roserade, which I could also switch for here, so I'm just gonna look at the grass types. Cherrim and Cherubi are good contenders, as is Turtwig. But Evolution. Leafeon. So far, there were 5 possible evolutions I could pick, and I picked 4 of them. 3 of them. Jolteon is the one I don't like. And Flareon is like just on the same level as Vulpix and Ninetales, so it very well could have just been her. Yeah, evolutions rock. Evolutions are great. Anyways. This is a pretty good pool, especially for poison types. Like, I know these guys get a lot of hate, but I like Trubbish, and I do not mind Garbodor. But the Fungus slide is just better, and the Scolipede line is even better. Pokémon 591 is back. But yeah, I think I like Venipede line is probably one of my most liked bug types. I'm just gonna put Venipede here. No, I don't. I do not have a sassy emote, sadly. I'm just gonna send you this. Yeah. Okay. Hot take. This is gonna be a hot take. Gengar is a bad Pokémon. I do not like Gengar. I do not get why people like Gengar. Ghastly is whatever. It's fine. Ghastly is fine, I guess. Haunter, I dislike a little bit, but I just plain do not like Gengar. Mega Gengar is definitely a step up. I like Mega Gengar is the best in the Ghastly line, I think. Mega Beedrill I don't like. This is just gonna be Mega Venusaur. For me. I like Flower. Flower, man. But Mega Gengar would probably be second. Even though I just gave regular Gengar Slender. Okay, so I really want to like Alolan Mach. I want to like Alolan Mach, but somehow the colors just don't mesh well together for me. I'm a huge sucker for pretty colors, good looking colors, and just colors in general. And something about Alolan Mach just rubs me the wrong way. This is... Poipole is fine. I like the... What is Toxapex's pre-evolution called? I forgot. Marini, yeah. This is either gonna be... I think this is gonna be Marini. I like it, I like the guy. Okay, so here... I think... Oh... I see Overqwil now. Yeah. I see Overqwil. Yeah, no. It's funny, but I'm not a fan. I think Giant Gengar is funny. It also just has fun house vibes, which is cool and fun. What do I pick here? It's either gonna be Galarian Weezing. Yeah, Gadoris, I know. I know that, I know that the Gengar Slender is unpopular. I know that's like a hot take because Gengar is like a real well-loved Pokemon. I just don't like Gengar at all. The line peaked at... Actually no, the line peaked at Mega Gengar, but other than that it peaked at Ghastly. But this... Galarian Weezing is funny. And I love the Toxel line. I'm gonna pick Toxtricity. I think he's cool. And then I'm picking the objectively correct choice here. Near your favorites are ghosts. Yeah, you were talking about Dusknoir before as well. I don't think I have... Like, the Litwick line is probably my only favorite that's like Ghost. Okay, ground types no. It's just... Okay, this is not even close, this is just Sandshrew for me. I fucking love Sandshrew. Probably one of my favorite ground types overall. And then, I love Sandshrew. And then just Alolan Sandshrew came along and it's just as good. It's just a good Pokemon, man. Okay, so... There are multiple ways this could go. First of all, I like Donphan a lot, but I absolutely love Fanfi. I'm a huge Fanfi fan. But also, I could... The two ways this could go is either I pick Vexire here and just leave it as it is, or I could pick Wooper here and put Azumarill here. Actually, what would I put? No, I'm gonna... Azumarill is gonna go in Fairy. It's just gonna be Wooper and Quagsire, I think. Yeah. But just know that Felfi is also very much up there. And Swinob as well, but I already have it here. Okay, so Gen 3. I did start to pick up the pace. We have done like 3 different types in the span of half an hour. I mean, we have some of the most contested ones at the start, like Water, Grass and Fire all had pretty tough choices. And now it's way simpler. Right now at least. Okay, so... This is, I think this is just gonna be either... I like Flygon, but not as much as a lot of other people. Linkada is... A lot of these guys are cool, but not cool enough. This is either gonna be Swampert or Marshtomp. I'm just gonna put Marshtomp here, I think. Yeah. Also. As much, like, looking at the concept, you would think that I like Baltoy, the Baltoy line, but I just don't. Okay, so next. Next is Gen 4. And this one. It's way better. Okay, actually not way better, but it has more strong contenders. I like Torterra. Torterra is amazing. Just a moment. Yeah, Torterra is amazing. I also like Hippowdon a lot. Just another little guy. I also like Gible. Gible is cool. Why is Hippowdon? Also, I always mix up. I always think Hippowdon is a Gen 5 Pokémon. Like, every single time, without fail, I'm surprised that it's Gen 4. I just wanna see the shiny. Isn't this just shiny Hippowdon? Okay, no. I forgot what the... I know this is like special for some reason, but I forgot. Anyways, I also love Mamoswine. I think I'm just gonna put Mamoswine here. I'm a huge Mamoswine fan. Okay, so Gen 5. I like Landorus. I like Golett. Sendai line is awesome. Drillbur is awesome. Yeah, these are my top picks here. It's actually, I think I'm just gonna pick one of the little guys. I'm gonna pick the little guy. Actually, I love Sandile. Sandile is so silly. And also so little. Okay, Gen 6. Once again. Okay, not all of them, but Swampert and Camerupt are some banger, absolute banger mega forms. I'm contemplating between these two. Actually, regular Swampert is better, that knocks it down a bit. I'm contemplating between Mega Camerupt and Zygarde. Do I just pick Zygarde? I think I'm just gonna pick Zygarde. But also Mega Camerupt. I'm a Groudon is whatever. I've never been a Groudon fan. Kyogre is just like way better. Plus water type. Also, I do not like Mega Garchomp that much. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave Zygarde there. Or will I? What if I didn't? What if I did not leave Garchomp there? Not Garchomp, the Zygarde. Ah, this can go to... Palossand is amazing. I agree! Zygarde forms are cool, but I do not like them as much as regular Zygarde. Yeah, shiny Palossand is good. I do not know most of the shinies. I don't know most of the shinies, but upper but oh yeah, I always forget. I don't know why, but I always forget for Hippowdon specifically that it's gender form. Like for all other Pokemon, I remember, but for this one I don't know. Also, why is Hippowdon the only one where the gender forms are separate? No other Pokemon had both of their gender forms shown. I guess the difference here is bigger than most. But still. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, aside from the obvious ones, like yeah. Okay, but like Indeed is mid, so that doesn't matter. Yeah. But also... Okay, yeah, I guess that is a big enough difference. Anyways. This is either gonna be Palossand or Alolan Duckchio. I like Alolan Duckchio, I think it's funny. I like funny. My guess is Wobbuffet won't have. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, we will talk about that later. We will talk about that later. Let's just come back to our silly little category. Okay, I am going to leave Alolan Diglett here, but know that Palossand is a very close second. It's extremely close. Okay, so... Gen 8. This is just Sandaconda. I can decide between regular or Gigantamax though. I also like Ursaluna though, that's like another contender. Please do. Please do, Gadonius. I would love to listen. And then I could give some Gengar Slender in your chat as well. This is a good category. This is good. I like... Okay, no, actually, Galarian Stunfisk is fine. But other than that, I like all of these Pokemon. I like all of these. This is very cool. This is probably the best Gigantamax form. And then, okay, so where do I break the tie? Ooh. Do you know what this reminds me of? Do you know what this guy reminds me of? He kinda looks like Black Doom from Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog. No, Soy Doom. You're cringe. I cannot get Jet videos out of my head. Also, do you know the channel Jet on YouTube? Nope. They just do funny voiceovers of mostly Sonic cutscenes. Some other as well, but mostly Sonic cutscenes. Jet, the G. Jet. They do funny voiceovers of Sonic cutscenes. And I think it's hilarious. It's one of my favorite channels on YouTube. I'm gonna send you a few videos after the stream is over. Also, I know I have an easy way to break up this like this duplicate. This is perfect. This is perfect. Okay, so flying types. Yeah. I love how you occasionally just randomly come in with your favorite emote. These flying types. I actually somewhat like the Pidgey line. But Article no, like Article is easy top for me here. It's not even close. And then Butterfree and Moltres are probably second and third in that order. But this was like an easy choice. Okay, Gen 2. Okay, so once again my favorite out of these is Jumpluff. Which means I can do a tiebreaker somewhere. I think I'm probably gonna do a tiebreaker with grass types. And it's going to be either Chikorita, Blossom, or Hoppip. All of them are just little guys. I genuinely can decide between those. As much as I love Hoppip, I think I'm gonna choose Blossom. Blossom is great. Okay, then Gen 3 flying types. This is just Altaria. This is just easily Altaria. I love Altaria so much. Okay, then Gen 4. Let me hydrate real quick. Story time. Let's hear it. Also, I do not like Masquerain. I'm a huge Surskit fan, but I'm not that huge on Masquerain. I like his Weeho much more. Let's give it was your first Pokémon game. It wasn't your first interaction with the Pokémon franchise. What was then, Gadonius? So we're here now. I also I saw Jumpluff, so I did not mention it. But I love Yanma and I love Yanmaga. I just love the Yanma line. I actually don't know how the Pokécord bot works on Discord. That's like, I've heard of it, but I don't know what it actually is. Then a Poké was spawned, we went to... Bulbapedia is such a goated page. Bulbapedia and Cerebi are my two go-to Pokémon web pages. Also, Masquerain was your first actual Pokémon. That's cute. Yeah, first starters always hold a special place in your heart. For me, for little old me, that was Bulbasaur. And then my first actual Pokémon game, it was Froakie. And both of them I love so much. This is also just like... This is just a good song to talk nostalgia. True. Yes, Forg. I love Forg. Rogue. Okay, so flag types. I like Gliscor and I like Yamaga. I like... This is a very strong category. Also, what the fuck Chatot is not Gen... Why are there so many Gen 4 Pokemon that I think are Gen 5? Oh my god, Modded Lethal Company has ruined this song for me. I still enjoy this song, I still do think it's a good song. But there's always just that thought in the back of my mind whenever I hear this song. Yeah, they are so cute. Starly is adorable, Combi is adorable, Drifloon is adorable. Not time, Mentike is adorable. Even Togekiss is fucking adorable. This is a very hard category. I love Combi. I like Combi more than Drifloon. I do think that both Vespiquen and Drifblim are like downgrades from their pre-evolutions. Honchko is also a cool guy. But right now, I'm pondering between Combi, Mentike and Togekiss. All of them are just amazing. Yes, it's the Among Us dance song. It's yeah. But it's not at the part where the emote starts yet. I hate how Lethal Company has kinda ruined this song for me, but it's also really funny. Because it's also my favorite emotes on there. But back to Pokémon. Actually, Gedonius, do you like / have Lethal Company? Yeah, this is where the emote starts. This is the part where the emote starts and the video starts as well. You all ever heard of it? It's really fun, especially modded. It's one of the funniest games I have ever played. I love it so much. Like right now, when I always like to say what my game of the year is, and when I'm saying that, it's always not games that came out this year, but games that I have tried this year. And right now, like it's not even close. Either Balatro or Lethal Company are my game of the is my game of the year. It's one of those two. Just so good. I think you should get it one day if you can afford it. We should play together sometime. Because it's really funny. Anyways, back to Pokémon. It's just, I couldn't with this song. I'm still... Combi also... I don't know if it is anymore. But like... Many years ago, Combi used to be like a top 10 or top 15 Pokémon for me. Just because it's really very cute. I would pop off if I had a male Combi because I would just know that it could not even evolve into Vespiquen. It would remain in its peak form. But Mentike is also just amazing. And I also really love Togekiss. What are the bugs here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna choose Mentike here because Combi is probably gonna be the bug one. And then there are still no duplicates here, which is great. Then We have Gen 5. Gen 5 is certainly a downgrade from Gen 4 with regard to flying types. I would just pick a Molga here. And that means a duplicate. Which means I can change one of them to something else. Sigilyph. I like Sigilyph as well. Sigilyph is a fun Pokémon. I wouldn't say I love him, but I like him a lot. Sigilyph is always one I forget about, but whenever I do remember and I do think about him, it's always fond memories. Or not even fond memories, I just like the guy. I also... Landaros is better, but I like the genies. And I also just prefer them in their genie form. Okay, so... I'm gonna change one of the duplicate Amolgas. I'm either gonna replace the flying Amolga with either Noivern. Not Noivern, Noivern, yeah, Noivern is the evolved one. I'm either gonna replace it with Noivern, or I'm gonna replace it with Thundurus. Or I'm going to replace the electric Amolga with Joltik or Zekrom. These are my two options. So essentially, which one do I like? I like No, yeah, it is Noivern. Am I just talking? No, I'm so dumb. Noibet and Noivern are the Gen 6 ones. This is Swoobet and the other one. Woobet and Swoobet. I was talking about entirely different Pokemon. But yeah, I don't know if I like Swoobet more than Thundurus actually. Would I pick? Okay, I love Joltik, but I like Zekrom more. I like Zekrom more than Thundurus, so I probably like... I'm gonna replace Amolga with Zekrom. I usually do not like huge giant menacing Pokemon, but Zekrom is just... I don't know, I just like Zekrom. Okay, so... Flying types. I somewhat like Yveltal. All of these Megas, like all of the flying Megas, I like Mega Pidgeot, but other than that, all of the other flying Megas are just kinda meh. Mega Pidgeot is cool, but I was never really drawn to him. Okay, so what if I could just do this. Yeah. This could either be Talonflame or Noibet, because I like Noibet. I'm not huge on Noivern, but I like Noibet. I think I'm gonna keep Talonflame though. I love the flashing line so much. Okay, Gen 7 birds. I'm picking Oricorio here. Minior has cool colors. I do not like Minior, I just like Minior's colors. But yeah, it's just... best form of one of the best birds. It's just amazing. Also, I forgot that Rowlet is already a flying type. Starts out at the grass flying. I like it, It's rare that starter Pokemon is like a dual type already in its pre-evo form, but I like it when they do that. Okay, so I have another hot take. I'm gonna bring in another hot take. I'm gonna bring in two hot takes actually. I'm a Corviknight hater. I do not like its design. I just don't like Corviknight, and I do not think it's good Pokemon. I do like Rookie D though. This one is Rookie D, right? I'm not sure, but I like the little burb. I'm a Corviknight hater. And my other hot take is that I'm not a fan of the Galarian Bird trio. I do not like the Galarian Bird trio that much. There is Cramorant once again. But also I did not talk about it here. But I like the Agilizard. I think the Middle-Evo is the best here. Drizzile. I think Drizzile is the best out of the water starters here. I think I'm gonna break the duplicate here though. For once, water isn't the one with the better Pokemon, which is a rare sight. But Tiny Bird is good, it just evolves into Bad Bird. Hehe. Wait, Hydreigon has a not Hisuian. What the hell is the Gen 9 region called? Paldea, yeah. I did not know that there's a Paldea and Hydreigon. I'm not complaining. But I didn't know that there's a Paldea and Hydreigon. Anyways, Flamigo. Yeah, this is the one. I'm gonna break the tie here. Not the tie to duplicates here. Duck is cool. Quaquaval or whatever it's called. Okay, then Psychic. Also, happy Sunday. It's Sunday for me now. Anyways, on to Psychic type. Psychic is also, I feel, this for me. Like, has some really good. Psychic has some really good Pokemon. But overall, I think it's one of the weakest types for me. So, Gen 1 Psychic. First of the Abra line, as it progresses, I like it less and less. Abra is peak. Slowpoke is whatever. The funny Slowpoke song that Pokémon released like 6 or 8 years ago at this point. But the funny Slowpoke song did bump it up a bit. But this is still like... this is a tie between Starmie and Mew and it's not even close. I don't like Mewtwo. Mewtwo is whatever for me. Jinx is also... a lot of people like Mewtwo and it's whatever for me. And then a lot of people hate Jinx and it's also just whatever for me. But yeah, definitely Mew and Starmie are easily the best things in the pool here. And I could see myself going for either. I just like the pretty star. I hate Executor. I do not like Executor. Execute is fun, Executor I just don't like. Alolan Executor on the other hand is awesome. But regular Executor I just... no. Yeah, in this pool Executor is easily bottom 3 for me. But I like Execute. And I like the Grass Psychic is like a unique... okay. I never had any idea why. I never knew why the Execute line is actually a Psychic type. But now, I just now thought about it that maybe they are like a hive mind or they can just always understand each other. I've never really been drawn to use Executor either. Something to do with the Japanese yuka. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, I I just he knows whatever, but I like and hate Drowsy at the same time. He's just a little bastard. What is your guys' opinion on the Starmie and Mew tiebreaker though? Because I really can't decide. I love them both. I used to say for years that Mew is overrated. But I know Mewtwo sucks. That's not an option. I used to say for a long time that Mew is overrated, but I've grown fond of it now. Smash. If we're going by Smash Bros, then I would pick Abra because that's one of the funniest Pokeball Pokemon in Smash. I love that it just randomly teleports your opponents and sometimes fucks them over. I think it's funny. Also, Mew being like the rarest, I think alongside Celebi, Mew and Celebi being the two rarest Pokeball Pokemon in Brawl. And also dropping collectibles, which is huge. Do I pick the pretty star or do I pick the pretty Pokemon? I'm gonna pick the pretty star, but just know that it was extremely close. And now, we read the funny unknowns. It's 14, 20, 23. Why are... Oh wait, I just need to... I need to scroll, yeah. Hey! Hey! The question mark and the exclamation mark are missing. Not all of the unknowns are here. If I was funny, I would just... I could be funny and I could go on a rant. Like a 20-minute rant about why Unknown K is the best Pokemon of all time, and K specifically. But I don't really like being funny today, I'm just gonna put Lugia. It's either Lugia or Espeon. Wait, actually Celebi. Never mind. I like Celebi more. You're so right. Unknown K it is. Okay. Gen 3 Psychic types. Ooh, is this like the Gale of Pokemon XD? Gale of Darkness Lugia? That's fun. I thought that's a Gen 2 spin-off, not a Gen 3 one. I thought it was like the same era as Colosseum 2. Now that I think about it, Colosseum 2 is also 3rd gen, I think. Okay. I like not Chibacho but the other guy. I've already talked about how I don't like the Baltoy line. Many choices. Spoink is awesome! I love Spoink! I fucking love Spoink! Spoink is great. Wait, question mark and exclamation mark did not exist until Gen 3. What the hell? That's lies. That's not true. Okay, so I love Beldum and I love Metagross. I like Latias and Latios even more. This is a very strong category. Like Gardevoir is up there, Spoink is up there. I also love Jirachi. Oh my god. Yeah, this is looking like a 3-way tie. This is looking like a 3-way tie for me. I am probably going to pick Mega Gardevoir for Gen 6. So I think Jirachi is fine here. If I pick Jirachi for Steel, I'm just gonna replace it with something else. Okay, then Psychic for Gen 4. like Azelf the most out of the lake spirits. It was I do not like Mime Junior. Actually, Chibacho is the little guy, and I don't remember what the big guy is like. Chibacho is whatever. Bronzor is fun. Bronzor may be my favorite psychic type this gen. Which is funny because I feel like it's a sleeper pick for most. But I like Bronzor a lot. Okay, so... this is a strong tier once again. Both Pokémon is cool. Digileaf is cool. Once again we have Swoobat here. We have the forgettable Meloetta. I love Meloetta. I love Victini. I love Meloetta more, and I love Solosis. Not Solosis, Duizon. Duizon is the small one. Duizon. I don't know which is which, but I just like the little guy. This entire line is amazing. The goth chicks I also like, but not as much. But Tiny one is really cute. Gothorita? No, Gothorita is the middle one. This is Gothitelle. And I forgot what the tiny one is called. But I love the tiny one. The big ones are... Muna is also awesome. Another little guy. But I'm mostly debating between these two. And that means that I'm probably gonna pick... Ah, yeah, I love Meloetta. It's just gonna be Meloetta, I think. It's a more recent love of mine, but I love Meloetta. Esper! Esper, my guy! My guy! I love Esper so much. Meowstic is whatever. I could not care less about Meowstic, but Esper is so awesome. Esper is one of my ride or dies. Easily in my current top 10, I think. Which is especially impressive because he's not even a water type. I just love Esper. Actually, yeah, I love Esper more than Mega Gardevoir. Esper first, Mega Gardevoir is a very close second. Extremely close second. And then I think... yeah, it's probably Delphox as a third. But Esper! Esper, I love Esper so much. Also, I did give Mega Mewtwo X Slender before. I hate Mega Mewtwo X, but I think Mega Mewtwo Y is cool. Best form of Mewtwo for sure. Okay, so Gen 7. Cosmog! But like... okay though. This is an extremely tough 3-way tie. This is an extremely tough 3-way tie between Alola and Raichu. If it was Alola and Raichu, I would not change this because I already have Oricorio. So I'm debating. I love Lunala. I love Lunala, and also... Cosmog is just so great. Cosmog, my beloved. No, okay. Cosmog is one second. Cosmog is up there in spirit. But Lunala is just too pretty. Lunala is just too pretty, so... it's going up there. I love Lunala even more because... like, right now, the only console, including handheld, I have is a 3DS. And... it's a Sun and Moon themed 3DS. It's black. It's actually a Lunala themed 3DS. It's completely black, and it has like shining silver outline of Lunala on it, and I think it looks great. Okay, I love Dottler and I love Orbeetle. There are also some like Dottler could just be the guy here. But why Gedonius? There are so many good Pokémon to pick from. Why did you pick Gengar? I'm gonna keep Slendering. Yeah, I think my 3DS is not modded, but I think the home screen theme is like Sonic Generations. It was free for a limited time on the eShop, I think, so I just snapped it. And I do think it's cool. Yeah, Dottler could be up here as good Orbital, but Galarian Ponyta is amazing. I love Galarian Ponyta. But I also love Hatchram. This is a toss-up between Hatchram and Galarian Ponyta for me. But it's so hard to decide. It's so difficult. How? What do I pick? Do I... But also... It's hard. This was supposed to be a fun, silly little thing, and not give me life-altering decisions. But I'm gonna pick Hatram. But just know that Galarian Ponyta could be the one here. Okay, there are like almost 0 Pokemon I actually have any connection with here. There are 0 Pokemon I have connection with here actually. I do not know any of these new ones. So I'm just gonna pick one of the callbacks. I absolutely vibe with the new Jigglypuff. I may just... There's no reason for this, I just like the vibes. I just like the vibes, there's nothing more. I hate Gen 1 pandering usually, but I like the vibes of this Jigglypuff. Firagraph is funny though. I was thinking about that one. And I do like the new form of Virizion and Cobalion. So this guy, Farigraph and Virizion are probably top 3 for me. Okay. Caterpie is awesome. And Butterfree is awesome. I love Butterfree. I'm a huge Butterfree fan. I know it's just a fucking butterfly, but I'm a huge Butterfree fan. But my top 2 here are Bugtime. Hey yeah. Bug is not one of my favorite types, but I do think it's overhated. Okay, so I would either pick Venonat or Paras here. So the question is, do I pick Butterfree here? Or do I break another one of the duplicates? Do I like Butterfree more than Oddish or Vileplume, for example? Do I like Butterfree more than Bulbasaur? Butterfree is also just one Pokemon I have used multiple times. And I've also used Butterfree on my... Like, Butterfree was one of the biggest MVPs on my first ever Nuzlocke. So, that's like more memories. But I also just like Butterfree. I do like Butterfree more than Bulbasaur and Odysseus. So there's not gonna be a duplicate breaker there. Of course. Go ahead, scream your favorites. What are the poison types I could pick here? Actually, all of the poison types I could pick here, that's not Venonat are grass types, so Butterfree is just gonna stay here. Okay. Bug type number 2. Skizzer is fine. Scyther, I don't like Scyther. I'm not a Scyther fan at all. But I do think Skizor is a much needed improvement. I love the Pineco line. Fortress is fine and Pineco is awesome. Also, I'm not huge on Ladian, but for some reason I'm a huge Ladybug fan. And then, of course, there's Shackle, silly guy, and Yamma, the other silly guy. Okay. This is a toss-up between a Ladybug and... I'm just gonna pick Ladybug. Also, I love how... I fuse like in my current Infinite Fusion playthrough, I fused two Ladybugs together. And it's so funny, it's almost the exact same Pokémon but with like double the arms. Okay, down to Gen 3 though. Wurmple is awesome. I love Wurmple, I love Surskit, and I love the entire Nincada line. I do think Wurmple line peaked at the Worm. But I like Surskit the most out of these. I've talked about this before, and I'm sorry Gadonius, but Masquerain is a huge downgrade from Surskit. Plus, Surskit also says, ah! Okay, Combi here. This is an easy choice. I love Yamaga, but Combi is Combi. I also like Burmy. Burmy is fun, especially the base leaf form. But Crustle is amazing! Crustle is amazing, I love Crustle. And I love the Pebble and what are they called? Pebble... Something Pebble, I think. I love them both. Yeah, Pebble, that's the one. This is a strong pool. Escavalier is... I do not like Escavalier that much. But I do love the concept of it. Venipede is awesome, Whirlipede is awesome, Treble is amazing. Tiny guy, what is this? I know it's something Swadloonly Venny. Yeah, jump on bugs are insane. But for most of them I like the little guys. I'm gonna pick Zebul here. Cool guy. Very cool guy. Okay, so Gen 6. I think the many Vivillon patterns are cool. But overall I do think it's the weakest bug-wise. Wait, where is Kricketune? That's another Gen 4 Pokémon that I thought is Gen 5. Ah. Yeah. I love the enthusiasm, Gadonius. Yeah, I'm the same. Bug type Pokémon can be so cool, but screw bugs. Yeah, Spinarak is awesome, I agree. Even my arachnophobia doesn't protest only a little bit. I like Spupa. I think Spupa is my guy in Gen 6. Yeah? Okay, so shiny. Oh my god, it is almost trans. It's mostly blue, but it's pretty close. Yeah, just wait until we get to fairy types. Jensen bugs. I almost picked Grubbin like without even thinking. But I can. Cutie Fly. I love Cutie Fly. Cutie Fly is my guy. So cute. Cutie Fly beats out both Grubbin and Buzzwole for me. Which is a good accomplishment. Because I love both of them. Huh? Oh, it's this song, okay. Then, Gen 8 bugs. Okay, so... I already had the Frostmoth here, it's time for Snom. Goliath would die. But like... How can you wait? This is one of the best bug pools, what do you mean? Orbital is great, Dottler is awesome. Entire set Discord line is amazing. And then there's Snom and Frostmoth. Snom is one of the cutest bugs, and then Frostmoth is one of the prettiest bugs. I do not care about fandom's obsession, it's justified. It's justified in this case, Snom is awesome. I do like Frostmoth just as much though. Like, my biggest problem with Snow Obsession is the fact that Frostmoth doesn't receive the same amount of love. What the fuck is this pool? I have not seen any of these Pokémon before. Wait, I have seen Tarantula. I do not like Tarantula, I'm sorry. I'm gonna pick the Funny Dunk Beetle. Okay, rock types next. Ooh. Ooh, this is a very stinker pool. Hellor? Wait! Is this guy just called Hellor? That's so funny. Okay, no, picking this guy was a good choice. Picking this guy was a good choice. Hellor is such a lazy name, but like in the best way possible. Okay, so yeah, this is a stinker pool. I like Omunite and I like Kabuto somewhat, but like that's it. This is a very stinker pool. Rapska is just KFC round. I mean, at least it still took a little bit more effort than Hellor. Is Rapska this one? Oh, it's... Oh, wait, that one is cool, but funny Hellor. Okay, back to rock. I'm just gonna pick Ammonite. Silly guy. I do not mind Graveler, but the rest of the line is awful. Onyx is bad. Rhydon is fine, but Rhyhorn is bad. Aerodactyl is bad. Kabutops is bad. Omastar is whatever. This is an awful pool. This is a very horrible pool. Like, Gen 1 Fighting and Gen 1 Rock have been the worst so far. There's a move that can revive a Pokémon with no sacrifice. What the fuck? Does it have any conditions at least? Okay, Gen 2 Rock. This is a... This one is either Corsola or Magcargo. I love them both. I like the funny magma slug, but I also like the funny coral. I think I like the silly little guy more. Okay, Gen 3 Rock. Okay, this is also a bit of a stinker category. Rock may have the worst Pokemon overall as well. This is a pretty big stinker category, so I'm just gonna pick like the one of the two good ones here. Okay, no, I kinda like Lily as well. What Aaron? Tiny guy. Tiny guy prospers once again. Okay, this one though. I like Rhyperior a lot. Because they made the Rhyhorn line finally good. Shieldon and Bastiodon are funny. Granidos is just such a guy. Probopass is funny and Bonsly is just silly. This is finally a good rock category. I think I'm gonna pick Rhyperior here. I like Rhyperior. But I also like Bonsly. Do I pick? No, it's Rhyperior. I'm gonna stick by my guns. Gen 5. Okay, so Gen 5 is just Fable, but again. Which means I can pick Volcarona here. Okay, then next. I like Mega Diancie, it's so pretty. Diancie is fine, but Mega Diancie is amazing. Also, I don't know why. And don't ask me why. But I know that. You know how some people had the confusion or like always think that Diancie was from Carbink? Yeah, for some reason. Do not ask me why, I could not explain it. But when I was younger, I thought that Aurorus evolves from Carbink. And I have no idea why. Like they have no resemblance, they have no connection, but for some reason I thought that Carbink is just the pre-evo of Aurorus. It's so stupid. That's so dumb. Okay, I like Lycanroc. I know a lot of people don't, but I like Lycanroc. The Dusk form specifically. But Rockruff is just a puppy and amazing. And I also like Stakataka, but I like him because he's funny. This is either gonna be a Rockruff pick. Also, there are like almost... Like there are barely any rock type Pokemon in Gen 7. That's crazy. This is either gonna be a Rockruff pick or a Lycanroc pick. I like Lycanroc. I know it's like a very divisive Pokemon. I'm on the positive end of it. This is a stinker pool. This is a very stinker pool. I like regular Avalugg. I like regular Avalugg. If Mega Abomasnow Snow didn't exist, it would have probably been my pick. But Hisuian is whatever. I'm gonna do Stone Jordan because it's funny. But I do not truly like any of these. And then we have Gen 9 rock types. Once again, I do not care about any of these. I'm picking the one that looks like Black Doom. Just because it looks like Black Doom, and it's funny. Okay. Gedonius can get enthusiastic once again. We are moving on to ghost types. Okay, so now we have decent, bad, and horrible. So I'm picking the decent one. This is the best category. Okay, so like, this is a really tough choice. Gen 2 has a lot of amazing ghost types, but I think I like Misdreavus, both the name and especially the design of Misdreavus is just so amazing. It's just so good. It just outclasses all the other Gen 2 ghost types in my opinion. It's just too good not to pick it. Also, fun story that I have. I think I've made like on Pokemon Showdown. I've made one singular team for Gen 2 overused OU. I've played like at 3 or 4 matches at most of Gen 2 OU. And I managed to create a stall team in Gen 2 with Mischievous being one of the biggest bitches on the team. And I thought it was really funny. It was on my old PC, so I do not have the team anymore, sadly. But I'm gonna try to recreate it one day. Because it was really funny winning with stall in Gen 2. I'm usually a stall hater. But it was funny. Okay, so Gen 3 ghost types. I like question mark Sableye. I like the Mega more though. This is just an easy Shedinja pick for me. Not even close. I like Chapet. I'm a Bennett hater, but I like Chapet. And I know that's a hot take. And I know you're gonna roast me alive for this, Gatonius. But I do not like the Duskull line. And not only do I not like the Duskull line, I think the Dusclops is by far the worst out of them. I think both Duskull and Dusknoir far outclass Dusclops. I just do not like Dusclops at all. And I do not get why people do. Okay, so for Gen 4, I like Miss Magius. But I do not like it as much as I like Giratina. And I do not like Giratina as much as I like Rotom. This is just gonna be Rotom. Which is fine because I did pick Pachirisu for the electric in the end. Now, Gen 5. Gen 5 is also very good. Once again, there's just Lampent. And I'm gonna look which one I would rather break the duplicates with. Here there's Litwick, but there's also the Jellicent line, which I like. And the MS line is cool, but not top for me. Okay, Fire is better than Ghost for Gen 5, I feel. Oh, Gengar is a terrible. I'm sorry. Just can't handle the truth. I hate how much the fandom glazes Gengar. It's one of the most boring Pokemon of all time. Why? What is all the hype? You only like Dusclops on the rest. I only hate Dusclops from the Duskull line. Chapet is much cooler than Bennett. But I can respect that opinion. I can see why you like it more. But yeah, Miss Magius is amazing. It's just not Rotom levels of great for me. Rotom is silly. I like Rotom. Miss Magius is way better. I'm still thinking about replacing Rotom with Miss Magius. But I don't think I will. Right now I'm either thinking, do I do Jellicent here? Do I do Victini here? Or I just do the third option of Litwick? I just do the third option of Litwick actually. Wait, you got to Miss Magius from a future... That's funny, that's really funny. That's... yeah. We have both Litwick and Lampent representation now. Okay. So this one. I love Pumpkaboo. Oh yeah, Misdreavus. Is Misdreavus a trade evolution? no, Mischievous is not a trade evolution. It's another silly thing. Is it just a dusk stone? But yeah, that's really cool, Hedonius. I'm not a huge fan of Hoopa. Mega Ballet is an upgrade from regular Bannet, but still not as good as Chapet. It's a version exclusive, what? Huh? That's so stupid. Wait, is that real? Where is it? Letter M. Am I Miss Magius? Or huh? It's not? Oh wait, or is Mischievous itself a version exclusive actually? Oh yeah. Yeah, it is, okay. Colin Pearl. And I guess it's only in Shining Pearl. Oh, guys, it's the meme song, it's the meme song. Okay, so yeah, it is a version exclusive. Melody is just such a good song though. Also, the one with the funny animation is like cuts out like 40 seconds of the song. Like this part is not in the animation, but it is in the original song. Which is something I've only learned recently when I finally listened to this song on Spotify. Instead of just looking at the cool animation. It has this little additional part. But Pineapple is such a good song. I love it so much. Like, even outside of the animation and the joke, it's just so good. Okay, so back to Gen 6 ghost types. I love the Honedge line. I love Aegislash, I love Doublade and I love Honedge, all of it is peak. I also love Pumpkaboo and I love Mega Sableye. I think I am gonna pick the Big Crystal. But this is a very close competition. Surprisingly close. Save it. Like, that's the thing. Even if it's for Steel, I may end up picking one of the pre-evos and not Aegislash. All of it is peak. Okay, so next question. Which category replaces... Lunala is just the choice here. So the question is... Do I replace Lunala with Decidueye? Or do I replace Lunala with Cosmog? Those are the only two options. Those are the only two options I actually have. Mimikyu is cool and cute, but I do not like it as much as the rest of the fandom. Decidueye is cool. I'm gonna do Cosmog. I'm gonna agree with you, Gadonius, and I'm gonna do Cosmog. Okay, then Gen 8. Polteageist and Cursola! Yeah, it's either gonna be Galarian Corso. No, it's gonna be the Silly Tea guy. It's Silly Tea. I like it. Last creature is cool, but like, Silly Tea guy. Oh wait! Is it called Skeledirge? No, that's entirely different Pokémon. Is it Skeledirge? Yeah, Skeledirge. Anyways. Is Skeledirge actually Ghost type just because of Ghost Pepper? Yeah, I am gonna pick Fluttermane. I know that's like a basic pick, but Fluttermane is so cool. Fluttermane is amazing. Okay, Dragon types. I like... There are some Dragon types I really like. But I also think it's one of the most overrated types. I think Dragon's overrated. Dragonite is cringe. Dragonite is very boring. Dragonair is... Dratini is cute. Dragonair is way cooler. But Dragonite is boring. No, I think it's because it's based off the Day of the Dead. Ah, that's fair. Insane category. That's an insane category. I mean, I am a pretty big Kingdra fan, so I'm not complaining. But it's so funny. I forgot. For some reason I thought Gen 2 Ghost is the only one Pokemon category. Sugar is your least favorite type. I think mine is probably Rock or Fighting. No, actually, Fighting and Rock are the bottom two for me. Okay, Dark Gen 1 is gonna be crazy. Gen 3 Dragon. I like Vibrava is my favorite of the line. I do like the Bagala line, but like, once again Altaria. Okay, so here... My options are either... Big Wingull here. I like Wingull. Or... Pick... one of the Latis here. It's I do not know which one I like more, Latias or Latios. I do think I like them just a bit more than Wingull though. I'm also a Vibrava fan. I think I'm gonna pick Latias. Okay, so next one. Garchomp is cool, and Gible is cool, but this is gonna be a legendary pick. This is also an extremely shallow pool. Like, it's boring, it's just pseudo legendaries and legendaries. That's boring. The question is... I like all 3 box legendaries from Gen 4. I think they really hit the mark with these ones. I genuinely... Like, I always go back and forth whether I like Dialga or Palkia more. Dialga, I think I like Dialga's color scheme a bit more. Which is very important for me. Every other aspect of Palkia I like more than Dialga. But just because of the color palette, I think the Dialga takes the cake. But do I like Dialga more than Giratina? I'm not a fan of Origin form, but I like the regular one. The R something something form. I forgot what it's called. It's like 3 syllables, I think. Also, the playlist is almost over. This is an almost 4-hour long playlist that I put together, and it's almost done. Yeah, altered. I like the altered form more. I did not think we're gonna get through the entire 4-hour long playlist, but here we are. I will not stop until I'm done though. I think I like the Dialga just a bit more. Okay, Gen 5. This is just a Zekrom pick for me, which means another tiebreaker, like a duplicate. I already switched the Molga to Zekrom once here. Listen, the water type was like 40 minutes in and of itself. Like, the first 3 types took 1.5 hours. And then, grass type also took almost an hour, it was like 25 minutes. And then we got like 5 types done in another 1.5 hours. Or like 6 actually. Like at this point, the first half of the stream was the first 4 types. And then in the same amount of time, we have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half. But yeah, I'm very passionate about water types. Wait until we get to fairy. Fairy is my second favorite type. That one's also gonna go crazy. Ice is probably my third favorite. Okay, so if I switch on Dragon, I switch to Exu. And if I switch on Electric, I switch to Joltik. And I like Joltik more than Exu, so I'm gonna switch to Joltik. Then this is gonna be... This one is just once again Mega Ampharos for me. Which means I either switch Mega Ampharos to Dedan, or I switch Mega Ampharos to 1. Wait, no, Mega Altaria is here. No, I'm sorry. I was about to switch to one of the Goomy line. I love Goomy, I love Sligo, and I love Goodra. I think they are my favorite pseudo legendaries, like all 3 of them collectively. But I fucking love Mega Altaria, it's so cool, it's probably my favorite Mega of all time. So I almost just missed it entirely. I love Mega Altaria. Okay, Gen 7. Yeah! It's so fluffy! Mega Altaria, so fluffy! And also, so fucking pretty. Plus a fairy type. Which is also a huge plus. Dragon Fairy is a very cool combination. Okay, this one. I like Hakamo. Guzzlord is the funny option, but Alone Executor is the even funnier option. And I am funny, so I'm gonna pick the funny option. Okay, so we're back here. I like Hisuya and Guja. It's just gonna be Hisuya and Guja for me. I'm also thinking about Appletoon once again. The same as I was thinking about it in the grass types. But no. Hisuya and Guja takes the cake. Then Gen 9. I think you can guess what I'm gonna pick here. I'm just picking the little guy. I love that one of the juggles is just like, it's just food. It's literally just food. And it's so amazing. Love it. Okay, Gen 1 Dark. Huh? Wait, this is not what I expected. This is not what I expected. What the hell? Okay, this is iconic. But I'm gonna have to go with Missing No. I'm sorry, but Missing No is a bird type. Where are my bird types actually? Why is bird type not represented here? Missing No is a bird type. Like, Missing No is legit a bird type in the game. There is the bird type rep. This website is bad. It's awful. It's horrible, actually. I should just exit. Okay, so dark types. My pick is either Houndour or Umbreon. So I'm just gonna do Umbreon. Yeah, Umbreon is a good choice here. Like, also, this one, the messed up Kabutops skeleton is also... It's involved in one of the major glitches, I don't remember which one. So that one's also not a creepypasta. But why is the substitute icon here? That's the one I don't get. Yeah, Portal Radio, but it's a remix. Actually, Gadonius, how about a deal? What if you... That's of course if you feel like you can afford it at this point, but what if you got... What if you tried out Lethal Company with me? And in turn, I played Portal on stream. Does that sound like a good deal? Also, I completely forgot that this track is in the playlist. It's a funny one. You'll have to see. Alright, that's fair. You can get back to me on this later, that's fine. Okay, so, Gen 3. I mean, would you not want that? Also, Lethal Company has in-game proximity chat. So like a Discord voice call is not even needed. But would you not be comfortable with that? Oh yeah. I mean, I also got asked with stream to be less loud, which is fair. Because people do want to sleep and that's fine. Also, I also do not want to be too loud because if I'm loud enough, the neighbors can just hear me. And I also don't want to disturb their sleep. But I mean, that could potentially happen. Yeah, we can discuss this in Discord later. Also, like, just generally, I'm... Even, like, it's worse, of course, when I have my headphones on. But even, like, generally, I'm just a really loud person, and, like, often I get too loud without noticing. And I'm the person in the friend group that other people always want to be more silent. I'm just really bad with my voice management. Okay, so Gen 3 dark types. My two options here. I like Sableye and I like Rodon. But not as much as the cute little puppy and the cool Absol. I love Absol, but I think I'm gonna choose the puppy here. Mega Absol is absolutely amazing though. You're the opposite. Are you always too silent? I'm for dark types. I like Darkrai. Darkrai. And I also love Weavile. This is a toss-up between these two. Yeah, and... Oh no, like... I'm just talking about volume. I tend to be... I'm also like... I also do have anxiety, so I'm often pretty bad with conversations. And a lot of the time, especially when in like a bigger group, I just don't join in that much. But whenever I do talk, especially when I get passionate about something, but even without that, whenever I do talk, I tend to be pretty loud. Of course, sometimes anxiety overrides that, depending on the social situation. And I wanted to start streaming anyways, but I started streaming partly because I wanted to work on my anxiety and make it better. Which, while it does, like it is really stressful, but I do feel like it helps a bit at least. And also, I'm just trying to generally get better at talking. Which, like, when I can just ignore all the stress and struggles that and overthinking, when I can fight back against my anxiety, I'm very much a yapper. I'm a huge yapper, but the problem is that if part. But yeah, also like when anxiety takes over, I do also tend to maybe not mumble, but be silent. Especially with like strangers or like people I don't know a lot. You can, yeah, but the conditions have to be perfect. Yeah, I, I, I feel like I'm pretty similar in that sense. Like right now, this is just a video for me to talk about my opinions, and this way I can yap a lot. Also, like during this summer, there were multiple instances of that was over text, not, which is a bit easier, I think, at least for me. It was over text, not like on call or like in person, but there were multiple like 1 or 2 hour monologues that I have written down about Mario 64 or Balatro. Like my opinions on different jokers and stars and stuff. Like I have legit written down like 12k character essays on Balatro. It was like I was part of a thing that was basic, like the entire point of it was about expressing your opinions. And different people of the community express their opinions. So the other thing was about expressing your opinions. But I was one of the 2 people who went hardest on it. I've played Balatro on stream once. As like switch over from another game. I don't remember what I switched. I've played Balatro. I switched over to Balatro. You were here as well, I think. I've played Balatro after I finished, I completed my Ringless Sonic Robles 2 run. Speaking of Sonic, follow Rainbow. I love this song so much. This is one of my favorite songs to sing along to, for some reason. Sonic has just such great OST in general. Soundtrack, and I know everyone says this, but it's true, soundtrack is the one thing that Sonic team never misses on. While this goes on, I'm just gonna put V-File here. Jump 5 Dark Types. Just to not get too off track, because we just hit the 4-hour mark of stream. And I do feel like it's gonna be at least another hour and a half before I'm done with this. This is the latest I have got into a stream, I think. It will definitely be the latest that went on. Or like... yeah. This is definitely gonna be my latest stream for a while. Okay, so Gen 5 Dark Types. My pick here is either Sandile or Zorua. I'm just gonna pick Zorua. I like the little guy. He's so cool and so cute. It's so fun looking around and seeing how many tiny sprites are in one group. So funny. Okay, favorite dark type. Favorite dark type would be Greninja, which means I either switch Water Greninja to Froakie, or I switch Dark Greninja to Mega Absol. And Mega Absol is just too beautiful not to do it. I love appreciating pretty and beautiful things, and Mega Absol is one of them. So I just have to. Even though Froakie is my guy, I just have to put Absol in here. Okay, then next, also, this is the final song on the soundtrack, not the soundtrack, my playlist. I'm thinking about... I'm a bit scared to let Spotify just play whatever. I do not fully trust Spotify. So the two options are either put in another playlist that I have, or replay this playlist again. Restarting this playlist would mean it's just gonna be the same songs. It's 4 hours, so who cares anyways. And I do like this playlist. And also, like, there's a lot of overlap between my different playlists. I think the two options I'm considering right now is just replaying my playlist again. Yeah. Just leave it all shuffle and play it again. Play the same songs for the next 4 hours, just in different order. Or I could just put on my playlist that only has songs with actual lyrics. That's the other option I'm considering. But my problem with that is that there are a lot more copyrighted tracks on that playlist. And because I'm recording desktop audio this time, I don't know why I'm recording desktop audio this time, but I am for some reason. So the tracks aren't separated, and I cannot upload the... Oh wait, I know, I remembered why I chose to record desktop audio this time. But I cannot record... Like, I cannot have the Spotify track separately for the VOD this time. And I don't know if I wanna risk that. And the funny part is the exact reason that I'm recording desktop audio instead of Spotify separately for this stream is because I wanted the music to play during the VOD as well. Which is now my downfall. Yeah, I'm just gonna restart this soundtrack. This playlist. We're not gonna get the end of it a second time. I hope I won't keep streaming for another 4 hours. I do want to go to sleep before 6 AM. Okay, so I'm not a fan of Ash Greninja. It's whatever. I could be funny and put Guzzlord, but I think I'm just gonna do Galarian Grimer. I like Mach, I actually like him. Okay, so... Why is Grimmsnarl built like that? I never got over Grimmsnarl being built like that. This is a Morpeko pick, which means I can replace Morpeko. I do not want to replace Morpeko with anything else here. I like Toxtricity, so this is another duplicate, which means I'm either replacing this with Galarian Weezing or this with Yamper. I think Galarian Weezing is funny. I hate original Coughing and Wheezing, but I like the Galarian Weezing. So this is like a duplicate chain. And then Dark type. The funny snail is back. The funny snail has returned. But I'm just gonna do Meowscarada this time. What's my other option here? Oh yeah, Smoliv. I'm just gonna do Meowscarada this time. I love the design a lot. Oh wait, that's funny. I mean, technically they are a Gen 1 Steel type. Magnemite is better than Magneton, but I already picked Magnemite here. Why just pick Jolteon here? Sure. Is this a perfect? Espeon is the only one missing here at this point. Oh, and Flareon. It's funny how Flareon is one of the two evolutions that's not represented here. Even though Flareon is one of my favorite evolutions. Just speaks volumes as to how much I like Ninetales and Vulpix. This is kind of... Actually, it's not bad, this is just a mid-tier. I like Skarmory, I guess. No. Skizor is better. Okay, Gen 3. This is a Jirachi pick once again. Which means another duplicate. Which means Mavile would probably be my next pick. But I like Psychics more. So I can finally represent oh no, question mark, hey yeah! No, I'm putting in Gardevoir. Okay, Gen 4 Steel types. This is just Empoleon. I like Empoleon a lot. That's one that I did not like initially but has grown on me a lot. I also like Water Steel as a typing, even though I do not like Steel as a type overall that much. But it does have a lot of cool type combinations that I do like. And Water Steel is one of them. Okay, this one. If Drillbur was already... I wish Drillbur was a Steel type. Because I would pick it here. But since it's not... Well... I know people tend to like Bisharp and Pawniard a lot. I think that line is very overrated. It's like whatever for me. Whatever line for me. I like Cobalion. Durant is fine. I think that one's overhated. I think Jurassic's overrated. But I still like Jurassic, but I like many Pokemon better. This is either gonna be Ferrothorn, one of the funny gears, or Excadrill. Or Cobalion. No, it's actually gonna be... Is it gonna be Cobalion? No, it's gonna be Excadrill. This is a tough one. But once again, I do not like any of these outstandingly. But... Also, Ferrothorn is another one of my gameplay likes. As much... I absolutely fucking hate facing Ferrothorn. But I love using him. He's like the one rock setter that I like using. Okay, so This will be a very tough one. Okay, so once again, we have the entire own edge line, which is amazing and awesome. And then we have Mega Mevile, which I hated when it first came out, but now I'm in love with it. It's a great Mega Evolution. But funny enough, I do think I'm gonna pick Klefki. Klefki is both funny and I don't know what it is, but I'm a huge Klefki fan. I may switch this to have own edge representation though. Will I? No. I love own edge, but I like Mega Sableye more. So actually there will be no AG/line representation. I'm sorry. But I could not pass on Klefki. I just couldn't. Okay, so Gen 7 Steel types. I was thinking Togedemaru because I love Togedemaru. But then I saw that Alolan Diglett is also here. And I almost clicked on it. But then I saw that Alolan Sandslash and Sandshrew is also here. So I'm picking that one. It's almost as good as Alolan Vulpix. Okay, Steel types once again. I'm still a Corviknight hater. I will not stop being a Corviknight hater. I like Zamazenta more than Zacian. I like the design much more. But I do think that it's so funny that the box legendary is literally just Big Dog holding sword. Like, it's not even part of the Pokemon itself, it's just holding the sword in its mouth, and it's so funny. I do just pick Gudra here, which means it's another duplicate and I get to replace it with something else. My replacement here, I hate Berserker. Meowth did not need another form. My replacement here is either, I think Gigantamax Copperaja is really funny, but I also just like the Silly Apple. I'm just gonna put the Silly Apple here. And then let Gudra be here. Okay. What the fuck are these? I guess Cobalion form is cool. Wait, Tinkaton. Girl with hammer. I love girl with giantess hammer. I love Tinkaton. I almost missed her. Okay, Gen 1 fairy types. Fuck you, disgusting. I like both Jigglypuff and Clefairy more than Wigglytuff and Clefable. But I also just like either of the... I guess Jigglypuff here. I'm not a huge fan of any of these. Gen 2 Fairy. Okay, I am a huge fan of Igglybuff though. Igglybuff, best baby Pokemon. Best. Alongside Baby Azuriel. Azuriel may be the only one that ties it. But Igglybuff otherwise easily best baby Pokemon. But I can't not do a Azumarill here. I can't not do a Azumarill. Okay, so fairy types. Once again, this is a Gardevoir pick. Which means I either replace Gardevoir with this is not talented. I either replace Gardevoir with Kirlia or Azuriel, or I replace the Psychic Gardevoir with Spoink. Which one do I do? I think I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do Spoink. Then... Ew. One of the worst fairy types versus one of the best fairy types. I wonder which I will choose. I love Togekiss. I've talked about this before. Not Psychic, at Flying. This is still not flying, this is flying. I've talked about this or how much. I think Togepi is embarrassingly mid. Togetic is great, but Togekiss is amazing. I love Togekiss so much. Whimsicott! Okay, so this becomes Cottony. Yeah, no. It's just... yeah. I am not replacing the Whimsicott line here for anything else. I was thinking about Snivy, but no. Does not measure up. Okay, so... this is such a strong pool. Gen 6 is when the fairy type was introduced, and they went hard on the fairies this generation. I love... Flabébé is awesome, but Floette is amazing. What the hell is this design? Anyways, I love Floette. I love Swirlix. Swirlix is one of the cutest Pokémon in my opinion. And also a quintessential little guy. Okay, but like... let's just look at these as 3 different Pokémon. I do like that they come in different color schemes though. But I like this line. But there's also Sylveon. And I do kinda feel obligated to pick Sylveon. It's also one of my favorite evolutions. So there's that. What the... wait. Is Megagard? Oh, it is Megagard. There's also Megagard Devour. There's Megagard Devour, there's Sylveon. I also... Xerneas is one of my top 5. Maybe even top 3 legendaries. I absolutely adore Xerneas. I love Klefki, as funny as this sounds, I genuinely love Klefki as well. This is an extremely hard pick for me. Also Mega Altaria, but I would not replace anything for Mega Altaria here except maybe Guja. And I do not like Guja as much as I like, for example, Xerneas or Mega Gardevoir. So... it is. Also, I don't know how, but... okay, it's mostly because of the Pirates of the Salt. But I've gotten through like last stream. I've gotten through like three cups of water. And I've spent the entirety of this stream yapping. Like I was almost non-stop speaking for this entire stream. And I'm still only on my first water. I don't know how. I'm probably just too distracted to drink, actually. Okay, so anyways. What the hell do I pick here? This is so hard. As much as I hate to say it, it pains me to say this. But Swirlix I do not like as much as some of the others. So it's between Sylveon and Xerneas. I'm gonna pick Xerneas, I love Xerneas. It feels so wrong not picking Sylveon. It feels so wrong not picking the trans Pokémon, the gender Pokémon, but Xerneas. Okay, so... also, Mega Gardevoir got robbed. Like, Mega Gardevoir definitely deserved to be on here somewhere. But it was just unfair competition, like it was up against Esper. That's a shame. Okay, so fairy types. My 3 options here. Okay, so my 4 options here. I love Comfy, I love Cutiefly, I love Primarina, and I love Alolan Ninetales. And I've picked 2 of these already. I do think Alolan Ninetales is my favorite of these, which means there's no duplicates. Also, I did change my mind. I'm gonna put Vulpix over Ninetales. My list actually probably goes number 1 Vulpix, number 2 Flareon, number 3 Ninetales, now that I think about it. Okay, so Gen 8 Fairy. This one's also tough. It's either Alchemy or Hatterene. But I love them both very much. Giga Alchemy is also amazing. I'm gonna pick regular Alchemy because of the gimmick. Like, I know they are annoying to some people, but I absolutely love, I live for gimmick evolutions. Like, how you have to evolve Inkay into Malamar by turning the DS fucking upside down. And this one, you just have to spin it around. And it's so fun. And also, I love the gimmick of, or like the attention to detail of how... Oh my god, this song started. And for like a second, I thought it's the Suika theme. And now I wanna listen to the Suika theme. I hate this. Okay, so back to Alchemy. I love how the swirling pattern and everything also depends on how long and how fast you span your console. It's so cool. Alchemy is great. Plus sweets. I have a sweet tooth. Okay, so the two options here are either Fluttermane or Tinkaton. And the question is, which one would I replace? I'm gonna keep Tinkaton here. It's just the obvious option everywhere. It's just the obvious option everywhere. Do I pick Cerulege here? Cerulege is also a Pokémon where I'm a bit tired of the fandom glaze, but it is cool. Do I pick Cerulege here or do I? Actually, I think this is cooler. Okay, starters. Ooh, this is tough. It's either gonna be Eevee or Squirtle for me. Eevee is also a Pokemon I've grown to like a lot recently, and by recently I mean in the past few years. Okay. I also do not have duplicates. If I put Eevee here, I would replace it with Squirtle here. Or Wartortle. I love Wartortle as well. Actually, I would replace it with Wartortle, I think. And here, I would replace Eevee with... I do not like any of these as much as Wartortle, I think. Also, wait. Did I just... Okay, no, I just completely ignored the Porygon forms. I do like Porygon 2 and Porygon Z. I think Porygon 2 is my favorite. I did not mention them at all. Which I think is unfair, because I like them. But also, there's a lot of Pokemon I did not mention. If I talked about every single one, this would be well over a 10-hour stream. Okay, so I'm replacing Eevee with Wartortle here. Then... this one is either just Chikorita or Totodile. I think for over a decade I would have picked Totodile. But as of now, I love Chikorita. She's so silly. Mudkip. Mudkip. Which means I would replace Mudkip with Torchic. Which would also mean I have a duplicate here. That's whatever. Mudkip, I would replace the Water Mudkip. I already have a Loted. There's Ludicolo, there's Wingull. I like Ludicolo more. There's Milotic. I like the pretty Pokémon. And I also like Kyogre. Do I like Milotic or Kyogre more than these guys? No? Yes, I do. Oh? This would be Loted. I feel. No, it wouldn't. Would it? Yeah. No, I'm just gonna put Milotic here. I hate Phoebus, but I love Milotic. Then, Gen 4 Grass, not Grass starters. This entire line is amazing. But I can't not choose my guy, Turtwig. I love Turtwig. If we're looking at the entire line, I do like the Piplup line overall more than the Turtwig line. But if you're just looking at the first stages, Turtwig is just the GOAT. Yeah, I picked Leafeon over Turtwig here. Yeah. Okay, so Gen 5 starters. This one is either... Gen 5 is easily the weakest for me starter-wise. Gen 1 is very radical for me actually. I do not like a lot of them and I absolutely love a lot of them. Like some of my favorites are from here. But this is also overall maybe one of the weakest gens. Up until 7 at least. I did... Okay, I mostly know 8, but Gen 9 I have no actual opinion on. But up until Gen 8 this is probably overall the weakest for me. But also has some of the biggest hitters. Do I pick Snivy or Serperior though? That's the question. That's a hard choice actually. I like them both. I think I'm gonna pick Serperior, but Snivy is up there. Okay, so Gen 6 starter. Now we're once again at crossroads. Do I pick Froakie, Greninja, Fennekin or Braixen? And if I do pick one of those, do I break another duplicate? So I'm still missing Fennekin and Froakie from here. If I look at water types... Primal Kyogre would be an option. And maybe Clovitzer. And if I look at fire types... Mega Camerupt, Mega Blaziken would be an option, that would lead to another duplicate, and Talonflame would be an option. But I think Braixen stays here. Okay, so the question is... Do I pick Fennekin? Do I pick Froakie? Or do I change up the water? Also, now that I think about it, like, the Froakie line is closer to my heart. Like, way closer to my heart than the Fennekin line. But if I can somehow distance myself from that, I do think I like the Fennekin line more. I'm gonna put Fennekin here. As much as it still pains me not to have Froakie rep. Fine. Okay, so like Primarina. I could also do Rowlet. Because Primarina is already a duplicate. And I could do Poplio. And I could do Little. All of the first stage evolutions are really good here. Okay, so if I change Primarina, I could change this to Wishiwashi or I did not talk about Wishiwashi before, but I like Wishiwashi. I would probably change it to Pikumuku though. Which I do not like more than the starters. If I change Rowlet here, I would change it to the funny. Is the Decidueye a ghost here? I could also. I like the Decidueye. I think I'm just gonna put a Poplio here. And then move on. Yeah, they starters. Oh yeah, the Hisuian forms as well. They're also. I think Rowlet Cyndaquil is a really cool combination. It also comes in like differences of 3. It's from Gen 4 to 5, which is a jump of 3, and from Gen 5 to 7. That's not 3. Never mind me then. It's almost like... Wait, that does not work grammatically. I was trying to make a joke about me learning a lot of mathing in university. But I just cannot speak. Okay, so the options here would be Drizzile or Reboot is my first pick here. I like Drizzile as well. I'm gonna show some middle stage love. And then we have the obvious option, and then we have the second obvious option. But both of those are duplicates. If I would pick anything else here, it would be the funny snail. The funny duck would be the next one here. Or Smoliv. I'm gonna do Smoliv this time. And now gimmick forms. Okay, so I just have to decide between Gen 1 Megas. I know Gen 1 Pandering and all, but I hate how much like Gen 1 Pokemon always getting more gimmicks than others. Or like at least most of the time. Okay, so the biggest hitters here I think are Venus. I hate to admit it, but I do like Mega Charizard decks. The biggest hitters are probably Mega Blastoise from the Megas. I think, and wait, and G-Max Snorlax. G-Max Snorlax is funny. G-Max Snorlax is very funny. This is a hard choice. I do think I'm gonna pick Mega Blastoise though. I love the Mega Kangaskhan. Mega Kangaskhan actually, it's up there. That one's up there. But I just love the big ass water cannon. This is Mega Ampharos easily. Which is also here. This one I would change to the Den. This one I would change to Mega Houndoom probably. It's crazy, I love the Houndoom line. And I like Mega Houndoom as well, but for some reason I've never used it. I do not like Mega Houndoom more than the Den though. Okay, so Gen 3 Megas. There's actually a lot of... Wait, Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire was a thing. Of course there's a lot of Gen 3 Megas. I do not know if I like Mega Sceptile or Mega Blaziken more. Both are amazing. Mega Altaria is here once again. Okay, so Mega Altaria is my primary pick here. My secondary pick here would be Mega Ampharos. Oh my god, this is gonna take a lot of thinking. If I pick Altaria here, Then I pick Mega Ampharos here. But then I pick Mega Houndoom here. Or I keep this Mega Ampharos. This is gonna take a while. This is going to take a while. Or I pick Guja here. So I have to choose between Guja or the next. This is probably a tie between. No, I do like Mega Gardevoir a bit more than Mega Absol. And I do like Mega Gardevoir a bit more than Primal Kyogre. So the other option is finally, after all the struggles and getting unlucky matchups, I can represent Mega Gardevoir, which I will. I'm sad about Guja not being here, but I wanted to have Mega Gardevoir here so bad. The Gem 4. This is either Mega Lopunny, Mega Gallade or Mega... I'm not a fan of Mega... I get what they were going for, but I do not like Mega Garchomp that much, and Mega Lucario is just like an entirely whatever Pokémon. So... this is either Mega Lopunny, Mega Gallade or Mega Bulmasnow. Bulmasnow is my favorite. But it's also here. The question is, do I like Evelag more? I actually do like Evelag more than any of these Megas. Which may be a hot take. But I do not care. Then, Gen 5 Megas. What is Gimmick? Oh yeah, these are the stupid OK Studio stuff. I guess I'm picking Mega Odino out of these. I like Mega Odino. Not my favorite, but I like her. Oh my god. And this is just like all of the Megas. It's fun. So I just have to pick my favorite one. My favorite one is Mega Altaria once again. Which means I could have a Guja rep, finally. Do I want a Guja rep, or do I... Mega Gardevoir is probably the next one. Yeah, I think that's the next one. If I pick Mega Gardevoir here... what's here? Oh, nothing close to me other than Greninja. Okay, so I like Guja more than Froakie. And this would be a chain leading to Froakie. But then I would switch this to Primal Kyogre. Do I like Guja or Primal Kyogre more? That's a tough question. I could also just pick Primal Kyogre over here. This is tough. Mega Diancie is also up there. But nothing else is equaling for me here. So, I would just leave Mega Diancie over there. Yeah, this is really just a question between Primal Kyogre and Guja, actually. So all the other top Megas I already have somewhere. Except Mega Sceptile, maybe. Mega Sceptile and Mega Blaziken are also pretty nice. And wait, Mega Blaziken is here, so I'm just using Mega Sceptile. A lot of the Dragon Megas are cool. Mega Charizard is a much needed improvement to boring regular Charizard. Mega Ampharos is goated. Mega Altair is goated. Megalathis are also great, and Mega Sceptile is great. Primal Kyogre or Mega Sceptile. No, I like Primal Kyogre more. I do not like Primal Kyogre more than Goodra. I think it's very close though. I love Primal Kyogre. Also probably part of my top 5 legendaries. Okay, Gen 7 gimmick forms. Okay, so this is like an easy Alolan Vulpix sweep. But do I? What could I replace with Alolan Raichu in the electric category? I could do Oricorio, which means I could do Rowlet here, which means I could do Decidueye. Question is, so I have to decide between Decidueye. I like Decidueye more than Toucanon, I think. What would be my next electric pick? Probably Charjabug. I think I like Charjabug more than Decidueye. I do not like Charjabug or Decidueye more than Alolan Sandshrew though. So currently that's the pick. Yeah. Just gonna be Alolan Sandshrew. All of the Ice type Alolan forms are represented. Which are amazing. I love Ice types. And then oh my god. We're here. This is a stacked tier. This is a really stacked tier. I think I have not commented on this before, but I think the Sniper Tower is really funny. What else? What else? I still do not like the Galarian birds. Galarian Weezing is funny. That's a top contender. Galarian Guja is also amazing. This one is also going to take a while. I could pick Ponyta here, which is a great pick because I almost picked it over Heatran. If I picked, what do I like more than Galarian Ponyta here? This is a lot to take in. This is a lot to take in. And this is just gonna be Galarian Ponyta, I think. I think it's actually my favorite thing out of all of these. Yeah, it is. I do like the Zorua line. And then, Gen 9. I had Wooper. I just gotta do Vakchio. And now, legendaries. This is either Articuno or Mew. If I pick the Articuno here, I could pick Butterfree here. And then I could pick Parasaur. This is a long chain once again. Okay, so I could do Bulbasaur. Yeah, I could do Bulbasaur. Or I could do Caterpie. I like Bulbasaur more. And I could do... What's the next? Moltres. I could do Moltres. I think Moltres and Bulbasaur are on the same level for me. And then I could do Mew. I could do Mew. I I don't know whether I prefer Mew to Arcanine. I think the Noju, I mean Mew was my top alongside Articuno anyways. I do not have any dupes yet, okay? It just requires a bit of thinking. Okay, this one is Suicune, no question. I do not have to think about that one. This is Jirachi, but I already have Jirachi. So it's gonna be Kyogre finally. I do like the primal Kyogre more than regular one. But we can't have everything. Okay, so out of these ones, this is a tough one. There are a lot of these that I like, but none of these I like outstandingly. I also do like. I hate his ability, but I like Regigigas. Also, like, just to comment a bit more on the no dupes rule, I like it is a bit like I do have to think when there's like a duplicate chain that could go down, but at the same time, I do not find it tedious. I enjoy looking through all the possibilities. Means I can just think about Pokemon I like more, which is fun. Okay, so next one. Sword. I also like Shamin. Yeah, I think Shamin is actually my favorite here, specifically the tiny Shamin. Also, I'm starting to get really hungry. I can't wait to have my 2:30 a.m. snack after stream. This one. Okay, so this one would be Meloetta. And then after Meloetta, it would be Zekrom. This is gonna be fun. And after Zekrom, it would probably be Keldeo. I also need to eat soon. I'm trying to wrap this up. But that's fine. Go when you need to. You don't have to stay awake just for me. Should stay at least until this song is over though. This is my current favorite song, which I do think I mentioned the first time it came on. But I love it so much. Okay, so if I pick Meloetta, then I could replace this with Solosis. If I pick Zekrom, I could replace Zekrom with Exu. And if... But like actually Gadonius, if you're tired, if you need to sleep, just go. Put your health first, always. Every time. Right now it's looking like a Solosis pick. And then Meloetta here. The next one would be Keldeo. But fighting types are pretty S. And the next one would just be either Victini or Virizion. I'm gonna do Meloetta here and Solosis here. That just means one more tiny guy for the army. What do you mean let me know when the song is over? You can hear it. You can literally hear it on stream. What are you talking about? Or is it too silent? Judge. So good. Okay, so Xerneas. If I pick Xerneas here. Oh my god. Xerneas is taken, Megadiancy is taken. This is either Primal Kyogre or Swirlix. Or could be Mega Altaria, I don't know. I don't think it will be. Or this could be Klefki. And then we could have either Mega Mavile or the Aegislash-Line. No, I do like Primal Kyogre more than that. And this could also be Mega Gardevoir, which means this could also be Primal Kyogre. Which means this could be Zygarde. Wait, but I'm dumb because this is I like Primal Kyogre more than Zygarde. Do I like Primal Kyogre more than Swirlix though? Okay. That song is over. By the way, you are now legally allowed to go to sleep. Hedonius. Good night. It was great to have you here. Hope you had a good time. Eeping awaits me. It also awaits me, but I can't stop. Good night though. Sleep well. I could also do Negadiancy here. Which would in turn allow me to do... Oh, never mind. This is a fun one. We can chat about Little Couple, yeah, of course. I'll just randomly message you one day. Hehe. Hey, so, this is really a question between Primal Kyogre and Swirlix of all things. I would feel bad not having Primal Kyogre while having regular one. But I would also love to have Swirlix on here somewhere. Swirlix or Primal Kyogre? And then the hardest choices haven't even started yet. I still haven't gotten to the absolute favorites. I'm gonna choose Primal Kyogre, it's too cool. I love Swirlix though, Swirlix is also my guy. Okay, so gimmick forms. Not gimmick forms, legendaries. It's so funny seeing Cosmog here. This would also just be a Lunala pick. Which means... I am not a fan of the other forms. I do like the Necrozma form of Solgaleo better than the original one though. Okay, so... I can do Cosmog for this one. and then get another Oricorio or an Alolan Raichu, and then switch this to Togedemaru. Or Charjabug. Oh. It's either Togedemaru or Velocend or Tapu Fini actually. I like Tapu Fini. This one. That's the Water Fairy one, right? It's not Water Psychic Fairy. Which one is it? I'm looking at the wrong generation. Yes, it is the Water Fairy one. That's probably part of why I like it so much, my two favorite types. Then... And... This is kind of a stinker tier, a stinker category, I feel. I'm not a huge fan of any of these. The horse forms of space and time are funny though. I think I'm just gonna do Zamazenta. Round or normal though, that's the question. I'm just gonna do Zamazenta. And then here... I'm either gonna pick Miraidon or the funny snail. I'm gonna pick the funny snail, it's funny. Okay, so now... Time to do... favorites. Hitmonchan is a clear outlier here, I feel. So... I love Vulpix, I love Vaporeon. I love Eevee. It's so sad not seeing Flareon here, but seeing Jolteon. That's sad. There are a lot of strong contenders here. And then there's Hitmonchan, Jolteon and Magnemite. Okay, and Jigglypuff, I guess. Okay, actually a lot of these are mid. I think... Okay, I'm gonna try to narrow it down. Right now I'm trying to decide between Vulpix and Vaporeon. I'm gonna pick Vulpix. I like Vulpix. Oh my fucking god. This is hard. This category contains like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one has 7 of my all-time favorites. Like Barrett, Wooper, Mareep, Quagsire, Azumarill, and Jumpluff and Mega Ampharos are all some of my all-time faves. Also, we've hit the 5-hour mark, yippee! Oh my god, this is so difficult. Also, I came to terms, I do think I like the Azumarill more than Wooper and Quagsire. But I think it's fine not having Marill here, only Azumarill. I think, yeah. Why is this so difficult? Okay, so right now, I've narrowed it down a bit. Swinob is also here. At this point, I'm contemplating between Ferret, Mareep, Jumpluff, and Azumarill. I think I'm gonna knock out Jumpluff next. Yeah, so hard. No, I can't. No, I love Jumpluff too much, I can say that. These could possibly be my top 4 favorite Pokémon of all time. Azumarill is my OG favorite. But is it still that at this point? So hard. Okay, let's do this way. Could I possibly say Azumarill is my all-time favorite? Yes. Could I possibly say Mareep is my all-time favorite? Also yes. Could I say Jumpluff is my all-time favorite, like number 1? No. Could I say Ferret is my all-time favorite? Yes. So now it's down to 3. Down to 3 now. Okay. I am holding to Azumarill because it used to be my OG favorite. But I think this is gonna be a showdown between Ferret and Mareep. Yeah. That was a really tough choice. Okay, then next. Next one is going to be... Also, I just realized how cool these are. This is red, blue, green, yellow. This is gold, silver, and crystal. Why did I not realize this before? It's so cool. Like all the colors. I was scared for a moment. I was like, where is Mudkip? But it's here. It's here. Now that I said that, it's Mudkip in time. Breloom is also up. Wait. Oh no, I'm dumb. Zigzagoon is Gen 3. Gardevoir, Mega Gardevoir is also up there. Jirachi is also up there, but Mudkip. Mudkip! Okay, so Gen 4. I'm thinking on Badoo. I'm thinking on Rotom. I'm thinking on Togekiss. I also love Pachirisu. I like Pachirisu more than Rotom actually. No, it's gonna be Badoo. And then this one. This is also a tough one. I love Cinccino. I love the Liticline. This is a toss-up between, I think, between Lampent and Litwick. Like these two. And then Whimsicott and the Molga. I think. Oh, and Cottonee, of course. I like the Fluffy. Okay, now this time. I Gen 6 is very good. I think this is gonna be either Mega Altaria or Esper. One of the two. This is also an extremely hard decision. How do I do it? How do I decide? What do? I I I do not know. I love Esper. I love Mega Altaria. Esper is just such a tiny little guy, has no thoughts, but is still somehow a psychic type, and just look at it. But Mega Altaria is just so pretty and fluffy, and oh my god, I do not know. I do not know. What do I do? I think I'm gonna do Mega Altaria, but it pains my heart. Oh my god, another really tough one. There's Primarina. There's Alolan Raichu. There's Alolan Vulpix. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. There's Cutiefly. There's Lunala. You know, I would not pick Cutiefly over these. I would pick Primarina over Alola Raichu. It's down to Lunala, Primarina, and Alolan Vulpix. I love all of them so much. This is a great roster. Like, there are almost no outsiders here. Like, Grimer is not as good as the rest, and Merlin is not as good as the rest here. But this is like an amazing category. Gen 7, Heat, Fire, absolutely amazing. Okay, so... what's next one gonna be? Ah, I'm gonna pick Vulpix again. And then, next one. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. I think I'm gonna pick Frostmoth. There's Clotsire, but then there's Fluttermane, but then there's Sprigatito, but then there's Tinkaton, but then there's Mousehold. This is also a really tough one. Oh, and there's the funniest one, Flamigo. I think... I'm picking Mousehold, that's funny. Okay, now on to the types. Normal type. Yeah, this is a threat pick. Okay, so let's look at all the possibilities. This is a threat pick. And I change this to Mareep. Or a Azumarill. I change this. Or... this is a Mousehold pick. And I change this to... Oh god, what do I change it to? And I change this to... Actually, I may like Miaskrada more than Sprigatito now that I think about it. I change this to Tinkaton. I like Marie more than Tinkaton. Or... I do... Do I like Zigzagoon or Fletchling more? This is fun because these two are both like early. Just early route Gen 6 Pokemon. I know Zigzagoon is just Gen 6, but like in the Gen 6 games, it's like the Rodent. I may have even seen more of them than Bunnelbys. I pick Fletchling. No. I pick Ferret here. So I can pick Mareep here. Yeah. Now... Out of the fire types... It's between Vulpix, Litwick and Breakshan, I think, for me. I like Litwick but not as much as the other two. So... This is going to be... Hi. Does this change? Can I do this? I can do this. That's too much thinking. I'm not gonna do that. This one's going to be... If I pick Vulpix here, then... Then who do I pick here? I pick Vaporeon, I think. I like Vaporeon. I like Breakshan, but I like Vaporeon more. I should not. I could allow duplicates here actually, I'm dumb. I could just allow duplicates here. But I won't, that's gonna be more fun. Okay. My three options here are Vaporeon, Wooper and Primarina. If I pick Vaporeon here, I'm probably gonna choose... I'm actually probably going to choose Perez. But I do think this is just gonna be a Wooper pick. Okay, so grass types. Okay, so Whimsicott. My next pick here after Whimsicott would be... It would just be Cottonee actually. I like Emolga as much as Cottonee though. So it's either Emolga, Cottonee, or... Out of these... I love Gossifleur, but I do not like it as much as... I do not like it as much as I like either Emolga or Cottonee. So I'm gonna do Emolga here. Okay, so this one is Mareep. So I either switch this to Azumarill, or I switch Mareep to... Do I like Pachirisu or Raichu more? I think I like Pachirisu more. But I like Azumarill more than both of them. So that's what it's gonna be. Okay then. Ice types. This is Alolan Vulpix. So I could switch this to Lunala. Or I could switch this to Frostmoth. No, Swinub actually. I'm gonna switch this to Lunala. Then fighting types. This one's Breloom, I think. Yeah, I like Breloom the most out of these. Why do I have to decide between my babies? Why do I have to decide? I'm picking Badoo. So it's either Venonat here, or do I like any of these more than Venonat? I like Togekiss more, I think. This one. Ground type. That's between Sandshrew and Quagsire. I'm a huge Sandshrew fan. I'm actually gonna pick Sandshrew here. This one is... This one is going to be... Oh my god, this is hard. It's not a Molga, it's almost a Molga, but I like Jumpluff more. I used to think that I do not like grass types, but I realized that grass types are awesome. Okay, so psychic types. This is a toss-up between Esper and Hatchem. Hatchem is just so adorable, but so is Esper. Yeah, this one was also a toss-up between Frostmoth and Hatchem. I actually think I like Hatchem more. I do like Esper more than Frostmoth. Okay, so bug types. I think this is either Butterfree, Cutiefly or Snom. I think it's going to be really Fly. Rock types. Yeah, this is probably the weakest. It's either Dwebble or Mega Diancie. I think I'm gonna choose Mega Diancie. Then for ghost types. Out of these, it's either Lampent or Lunala. If I pick Lunala, then this is going to become Alolan Sandslash or Primarina. Do I like Lampent more than them? Do I like Lampent more than them? I don't think so. I'm gonna go for Primarina. Or Alolan Ninetales. I'm gonna go for Primarina. I do not have that on water yet. Dragons? Out of these, it would be funny to put the fish in here, but I think it's Guja. There are dragons I like more, but they are in other categories. For example, Mega Ampharos. Okay, so dark types. Okay, so it's either Mega Absol, Morpeko, or Zoro actually, or Meowscarada. I do think I like the big guys here more. So it's either... Which one do I like more, Meowscarada or Mega Absol? I think I like Meowscarada more. Okay, steel types. It's between Klefki, Alolan Senshu and Sandslash and Jirachi. I like Jirachi, but I do not think I like it. This may just be Klefki for me. I love Klefki. And fairy types. Okay, this one is going to be a Azumarill. This one would be Jumpluff. Wait, if I do Azumarill here and Jumpluff here, then that means this is going to be a Molga, which means this one can be Cottonee. So it's toss-up between Cottonee or Oricorio. Specifically the Pom-Pom form. Or Mega Ampharos. No, actually Wooper. Wait, which was the first one? Yeah, Cottonee. Or Wooper. Or... or Xerneas. Yeah, this is Azumarill and this is Wooper. Okay, starters. This is a pretty easy choice for me. But there's already Mudkip here. If I switch this from Mudkip, this could become Gardevoir. So either this is Gardevoir, or this is... A lot of my favorite starters are not here actually because they're in other categories, which is funny. So... next one would probably be Fennekin actually. But I like Gardevoir more. And I do like the regular one more than the Mega just a bit. Okay, so... Gimmick forms. This is just Mega Altaria hands down. which means that this one would be... That's hard. What would I choose here? I think Mega Ampharos would be the next one. While here... it would be... Vexen or Greninja. Or Xerneas. Could just be Xerneas. Then... for legendaries... out of these, my favorite is either Primal Tiger or Suicune. Or Meloetta. I would probably actually say my favorite legendary is Xerneas. But it's just in another category. Okay, yeah. I think out of these... it's Primal Kyogre. And then the all-time favorite, oh my god. Oh god. 29 different Pokémon to choose from. This is the all-star loadout. I'm gonna screenshot this because it's actually fun to see them all together. It's fun to see them all together. Okay. I hate picking this. I hate picking this. So let's narrow it down a few. I like Vulpixes are one of the big ones. I like Alolan Vulpix more than regular, just a bit. Wait, where is Whimsicott? Oh, it's right here. I'm just gonna pick Ferret. Okay, no. Now we're almost at the end. I'm gonna leave the team for last. Favorite regional bird? I hate how some generations get 2 and some get 1. Anyways, favorite regional bird? Probably Fletchling line. I assume I'm picking the entire. I'm picking the entire line here. Favorite regional mammal? Sentret. Sentret Ferret, hands down. Favorite regional bug? Favorite regional bug is... So I got distracted by the favorite spin. I can get over that one. Anyways, favorite regional bug. It's... I love Grubbin and Charger Bug, but Vikabot is a miss. And I love Caterpie and Butterfree, but Metapod is a miss. Overall, I do think I prefer Caterpie though. Favorite pseudo legend. Ooh, that's tough. Just kidding, Guja. Yeah, it's Guja. Favorite Pikachu clone. I think it's a Morga. Or Lola Raichu. No, it's a Morga. Maybe a Evolution. Imagine just putting big ass CV here. That's so funny. No, I'm gonna try to go from bottom to top. I think my lowest is Jolteon definitely. Then, like there's a huge jump, next one is Espeon. There's another huge jump. Umbreon and Leafeon are kinda on the same level. And then there's Glaceon. And Sylveon, Vaporeon and Flareon are my top 3. I think it goes... Right now, this is completely impulsive. This changes a lot. I think right now it goes Flareon, Sylveon, Vaporeon. Favorite fossil? Favorite fossil probably Aurorus, I think. Favorite regional form? That's... oh my god. Okay, no, it's a lot on Vulpix, I think. Yeah. Favorite Gigantamax is... I'm not a fan of most of these. No, it's Sandaconda actually. Favorite baby? Yeah, I was talking about this before. Wait, Badoo is a baby. My favorite baby is Badoo. I'm sorry, Igglybuff. Okay, favorite legendary? Either Lunala or Xerneas. They are like my top 2. My top 5 is probably these two. Then also contains Primal Kyogre, Zekrom, Suicune, I think. I think that's my top 5 legendaries. But okay, no, I think Lunala is my favorite. Just barely beats Xerneas, but I also love Xerneas. What do I pick here? I'm also trying to get this over because I feel myself going really tired. Is it? There's also nostalgia for me because, like I said before, Pokemon X is just the first Pokemon game I've played I did not find like as a kid on a website, on a random website. Like it's my first proper Pokemon game. But, okay, the circumstances with that are like more complicated. I will not get into it now. But Pokemon Moon is the first proper Pokemon game that I feel like I actually owned. So that's also like a different kind of first for me. The cartridge for that is... well, I don't know where it is, I need to find it. I am gonna pick Lunala, I think. But no, I'm gonna pick Xerneas. Favorite mythical? That's tough. The first 3 are all amazing. Melate is also great, Mega Diancie is awesome. I'm not a fan of most of the later ones. Zeraora and Marshadow are fine. And Melton is fine as well. Keldeo is great. Shame is awesome. I do think Giochi is my favorite though. Or is it Meloetta? Okay, favorite Ultra Beast. I like the funny mosquito. Favorite Paradox. It's just a flutter main. I think. Yeah, it's just flutter main. Favorite type water. Not even water. Favorite Pokeball design. There are some really good ones. Great Ball is great. Ultra Ball is amazing. I forget which design. Net Ball. I love the Net Ball design. I think this is Dusk Ball. Okay, right, no, Ultra Ball is just a classic. It's spin, I'm just gonna. It's fun. Favorite Vivian. I'm just gonna look at these pose real quick. I like the original one that's like usually used to represent Vivian is one of my favorites. But this is so pretty. I think this one's the best for me. Favorite Alchemy is also fun. I just like the pink one. With pink with purple. Pink with even more pink. Wait, it's funny. It shows an X because it's the red fruit on it. That's fun. I think I'm gonna pick pink with even more pink on it. Favorite new evolution. Bellossom is great. Togekiss is awesome. I love Togekiss. I love Miss Magius, I love Weavile. I like Miss Magius more than Weavile though. Yanmega is great. Sylveon. Yeah, these new ones mostly do. The Dunsparce is awesome. I love the Dunsparce and I love Clotsire. Is it Sylveon? Sylveon. I like it more than Blossom, I like it more than Mismagius, I like it more than Togekiss. I like it more than Gallade and Momosine. Yeah, I think it's Sylveon. And now, the finale. I could do two different funny things. I could do a normal team. Or I could do a normal team. Or I could do a mono voter team. I think I'm gonna do both. My normal team is gonna contain Breloom. Where's Breloom? Here. I'm gonna have like an actual gameplay team. I'm gonna have a cute team, and I'm gonna have a voter team. Why am I making this more difficult for myself? I should go to sleep. Who's gonna be on my gameplay team? I want a Mega. I like the Mega, that's a gimmick I liked. Which Mega is going to be on my team? Is he either going to be Altaria or Diancie? Sure. I can do Mega Altaria. Then, who else am I gonna have on my team? I can go lazy and have a Xerneas. No. I'm gonna do something. How can I make? Can I make it empty? Imagine if I accidentally pressed reset the grid now. Okay, so who else did I like using? Who else am I gonna put on my team? These three were my guys back in the day when I was playing Gen 6 OU. I'm gonna love Frostmoth just because it's Frostmoth. And what's the last one? Who's the last one I'm gonna add on my team? What else can I do? Hmm. I could be a bastard. Oh, not this gen. Wait, is it this gen? Yes, it is. I'm gonna be a bastard. Like, this is a really Gen 6S team. And then there's Frostmoth, which I think is really funny. I'm gonna download this image. I'm gonna export my choices. Oh my god. That's a lot. Yeah. Oops. I'm gonna do some. I'm just gonna do some file management later. Awesome. And then I'm gonna do my mono water team. There's an Azumarill in there. There's a Rotom Wash in there. There's a Greninja in there. There's a Quagsire in there. This is the fun team. I can have a Vaporeon. And which was gonna be the last one? Primarina, of course. This is my second download. Yes, I'm doing all of this. I'm doing way too much with this. It's fine. And then, most important one, Azumarill stays. There's gonna be Mareep. There's gonna be Fret. There's gonna be an Alolan Vulpix. Whenever I find it, there it is. No, this one's not gonna have a Azumarill in it. It's gonna have Whimsicott in it. Then it's gonna have a Jumpluff in it. And what's another tiny guy? Mudkip. It's gonna have Mudkip in it. There is Mudkip. here. Best starter. And with that, after almost 6 hours, of streaming, it's finally done. I go and rest. Now. Oh my god.